No, I fixed it. This is scheduled, but the settings changed in the schedule. The settings were changed to normal latency somehow. I'm guessing when I was screwing around. It needs to be ultra low latency. Gaming edition. Now, yeah, we're off by 2 seconds. 6 seconds. There we go. We got it. I figured it out. And figured it out quickly. What? Meatloaf died? But he was my favorite food-based singer. Mother. Yeah. No, normal latency is really laggy. It's about 30 seconds to a minute because it allows for closed captioning and a whole bunch of other things. Ultra low latency means YouTube like takes it from me and sends it to you real fast. Fuck you, Belts. Fuck you. You go back to your Mac cores and I don't know. Give them money to make your post show up on the side. All right. Well, at least now we're sorted. So, anyways, let's get back to the magic that is stocks. After we lost 90% of our people. Okay. So, GME. So GME is thinking about it, but it's far enough from the grave. So we've gone up, we've retracted. So as long as we're over this gray line going up, everything is good. Dow is plummeting. NASDAQ is good. S&P is good. So we should be getting dragged down by this. Okay, I think today is going to be a day where we're going to have to double up. Double up. There we go. As you can see, pretty much the same. So we'll just get the lemon, the triforces of lemon. All right. Yeah, I got one of my investors or clients, I guess, wants to get in on the downfall of GME as well. So, yeah, might get in on that. Get in on the bounce. Because you know they're going to try. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was in the... There was something I wanted to show you. So I sent that link, the look under the hood link. Hood link. This one's really good, too, from Reddit. Oh, 1 second. This is too big. There, you might like that. So that's just near my place. Some old lady, it's like, I saw a panda and a peacock at the park today. Yeah, well, we talked about that large pennant. I'm not really convinced, that pennant exists because it's a pennant needs to be about indecision, right? So yeah, it's physically that shape, but I don't think the psychology is there. But maybe, not to discredit it, if we go long enough, because we haven't chosen a direction, then perhaps the volatility of the old can be appropriated as, we're not touching these numbers anymore. We're resisting away from them. So it becomes more true with time. But in that case, you could just shorten the pendant. You could just take out that old stuff and just use a shorter time frame when it's truly about indecision, right? So I'm still on the fence about going out 3 months, but I'll be proven right or wrong. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, but COVID's not indecision, right? Like, well, yes, I know what you're saying. It's not like COVID's an indecision. COVID is a instigator. It's a catalyst, right? But then the indecision about COVID is: are we recovering? Question mark. Is it time? Is it safe to finally pile in, right? And that's the indecision about COVID. And you're right. Yeah, there's a bunch of people that are scared, and there's a bunch of people that aren't scared because things are getting better. America's being vaccinated. The idiots are getting killed or getting fixed. So the problem's coming to the end, right? We don't have to rely on society to cure themselves. We're finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So, okay. But then, boom, a variant, right? Okay, is the vaccine going to work? It's unsure. Shit, right? So then, yeah, you get indecision. So yeah, but even with a giant pandemic, right, and people dying and whatever, eventually the stock will decide that it doesn't give a shit or it gives a shit, right? It's going to just say, fine, you know what? Half the world's population is going to die. Whatever. Let's just continue on, right? Eventually, that's going to happen. I don't know the result on the stock price, but eventually people just get tired of being, there. And so that's where you get your breakout, right, from the pennant, right? You finally just say, fuck it, YOLO, punch it, Chewy. So, but when is that going to happen, right? Who knows, right? I'm thinking, just since we're having a conversation, I'm thinking that as we start to get the U shape going, as we start climbing out of this hole, then that is going to show strength. And I'm hoping, and hoping's a dangerous word in this industry, that will then inspire the foolish money crowd or everybody that wants to just pile in, or the FOMOs or whatever, right? The non-smart money to just jump in because it's going up. And then that combination will have the volume and the push to finally tell everybody, look, we're on the road to recovery. And hopefully then institutionals get in, the smart money gets in, because now it's an easy bet because we're going up. Now those people will bail on us later. They're only going to be fair weather friends. It's going to take a long time for AMC to fully recover to, great levels. But that should clear us the 14, right? And then now we're in 14. The dark days are behind us. Then maybe we'll get more Reddit money and so forth and so forth. That's my hope. But I don't know. I don't know at all what's going to happen. But that's my dream. So that one day, the people that bought in at 9 and the people that bought in at 14 can play together. That a man is not judged by the number of his shares, or sorry, by the value of his shares, but by the number. Yeah, that's my dream. Fake tear. And lost half my people to civil rights activism. Yeah, this is good stuff. Yeah. Can we fall back? Yeah. Wait for the dip, right? So if today's an all positive day, just wait for the dip. Plus, look at the Dow, right? The Dow's just plummeting, so we're not going to be able to resist that for too long. So eventually that's going to hit us. So I would even bet that you could probably make a short sell right now. Actually, I'll do that. Let's do a short sell here. Not the greatest price, but you're pretty much guaranteed some form of retraction before 10:30. So, because that Dow is going to drag us down. And GME is about to go. Oh, this is going to be great. So actually, yeah, if you want to open up a short position, that's probably now's the time. Hold on, I got to get some music for this. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. I got my music prepped. Okay. Come on, GME. Okay, I'll set an alert. Oh, that's cool. Set an alert on this. Just show more actions. Neat. That would be useful just to have multiple alerts. So it goes deet, 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 and it lets you know every time it goes up. Okay, that's going to be our alert. What's this one? Ugh. Okay, we're going to go with that. And we'll show. Okay. Great. All right. Alert line. I like this. I do love their alerts, but I don't want to fucking pay $20 a month just to have alerts. Okay. So the Dow's starting to recover a little, so I may have to close my short sell position. Might get a little bit more height, but we'll see. Aw. Are you borrowing money from the bar now? Hey, I'm just gonna clear out your till into my bank account, and I'll give it back. Don't worry. Mm-hmm. Okay. Just catching up on Reddit while we wait for this to do its thing. This is good. The Promised Land. I'm gonna save that image. There we go. So there's the down that we're betting on, or I was betting on. Now what about GME? Still holding, because they're not as affected by the Dow as we are. If they are even affected by the Dow. I really don't know. Do, 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 do. I really like the amount of support people are showing Trey on Reddit. It's nice. It's nice to see people care about each other. It's good. You know, in a world where we spend all our time breaking each other down, it's good to see. You know, as much as I can't stand him, you know, it doesn't mean he's a bad person. I just can't. I can't do YouTube personalities. It's just the voice, the speed, everything. You know. But at least his videos are not all reaction faces like Meet Kevin. Fuck that guy. uh, but yeah, no, it's good. I don't know. His health has been bad. He has something wrong with his eye, and so he's basically going in and out of videos. But my guess is, you know, after 3 months of doing non-stop AMC, he's probably getting a little bored of it. You know, so he's making videos infrequently, and his fan base is probably like, "What the hell?" And he's like, "Look, you know, my health has been bad, and like even me, like there's some days I wake up like in a panic attack, and then I come here and do this, right? And it's like, oh man, fuck this. But you know, once the novelty wears off, then it becomes harder and harder to do stuff when your body's shutting down on you, right? So I think that's what's going on. Oh, a heart condition. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I have a fake heart condition. Just hormones. I'm PMSing as a man. Ah. Fuck. It's so bad and so shitty. But yeah, I wish him the best though. But he's currently again taking over AMC stock every single post. Oh, so he's apparently in the military, and they're going to park him behind a desk 9 to 5, and then he's going to get a medical discharge, and then he's upset about, you know, leaving the military as a presumably, you know, basic soldier, I guess. I mean, that military is one of the largest employers in the United States, so everyone's in the military in the United States in one way or another. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. All right, GME, come on. I want a train wreck. I want a train wreck. Got to live up to being a corporate shill illuminati hedge fund person that apparently I am. And I want to play this Ring of Fire. it's prepped. It's ready to go. Well, if you really want OCD backstop, you're technically supposed to buy shares in packs of 100. Well, if you're going to sell, you do it now before 10:30 and then buy back in at 10:30. As long as you can day trade, right? Or just ride it out because we're on the way up. Yeah. That Reddit bot doesn't work here. I can do that. It should actually come up on my feed if I hit refresh. There it is. Pennant update 42221. Yeah, so that's the 3-month pennant, right? Yeah, it looks good. It is, you know, it does look good. It is looking good. But I think the takeaway is that the middle part onwards is correct. but everything from beyond the middle to the left is not. But it just happens to line up. So we'll see if this is true, if it breaks the line and we see increased. But as I was saying the other day, that might just be the side of the U shape, right? So either way, I think we're in for a bit of a speed. Yeah. Well, I would hardly say exactly, but let's take a look. Let's take a look. Because the problem with pennant lines is they're never exact, right? Like you're drawing them. Unless you're using some type of magic math program. Okay, so let's do this. What the hell are those? Oh, that's the Dow. Okay, so here we'll just do this El Professional. Which one's taller, the red or the green? You have it on the red, but on mine it looks like, yeah, the red is ultra slightly higher. So we'll do the red, but I have a funny feeling. Okay. If we just then condense this so I can pan. So that would have been that. So if we're just going to ignore that, which means our line is going to cut into the green. But let's just keep going. And you have it going off of the peak of the mountain here. And you're using the second one, which is this guy here. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Second guy here. Okay, which one of you is the tallest? Which one of ye bitches? This guy. You be the tallest. Okay. Alright, we're getting right in there. So, right here. Okay, so there's your exactly, but even as I zoom out, see the line? It doesn't fucking hold because of the nature of how all this works. Okay, let's get this a little thinner. Okay, I'll lower it down. That's about as good as it gets. Okay, and so this line here, then we zoom in, and let's see the results. Not even close on mine. Okay, oh well then that's why. Okay, let's adjust this. And let's stop zooming with the mouse. Okay, because these lines don't hold up. So then this one is right on. Not bad. This one goes through, but yeah. That's still pretty interesting, right? And there's your U to come up to meet it. But we'll see. Interesting nonetheless. I think, however, more accurately, what you're seeing is actually this. I think this is the real pennant. So see how it goes here? And there's your breakout, right? So I think your pennant starts with this, but this is your indecision. But you can have pennants inside of pennants inside of pennants, right? So I can take this and I can go here and probably here, right? And that also points to the same kind of breakout, right? There, it starts to curve up, and there's the breakout, right? So yeah, I mean, we could be right. You could be a macro pennant, and it's neat how it actually plays on the line. That's pretty neat. So it was basically riding the top of the line, getting energy before Biden spoke. Because we do have to keep in mind that there's news events that fuck up, what the stock wants to do, right? Whoa. Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't know what that noise was. Ooh, that scared me. Yay. Okay. Yeah, but that's, you're learning. If this is new to you, stock fundamentals and all that, that's a pretty valid assertion. I like it. I'm not going to discredit it completely. Yeah. I just, the little spidey sense in my head just says the early stuff doesn't quite count, so I don't want to use it to make future stuff. But it's looking good. But then again, you could probably always make a pennant every time there's a W, right? If you look at it, it's actually just one huge W, right? Um, and technically a U shape, you can make a pennant all the time with every U shape, right? But it's not exactly a pennant, but the result's kind of the same, right? I don't know. Catching up on chat. Give me a second here. Uh, do, 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 do. Yep. Okay, caught up. So yeah. Sorry about exactly, but yeah, that's pretty damn close. Exactly is a little too assured for my liking, but yeah, you're quite right. It was nice and close. Yeah, exactly. Uh, no, with a pennant you generally don't break out early, unless you mean like it doesn't go to the end. Um, but a pennant doesn't generally just like uh, you don't just bust out of it. Like you have to drift up to the edge and then you bust out. It doesn't normally like gas it from inside the middle, right? And the psychology behind that is that there's thousands of tiny support lines, right? Because you're wiggling up and down. So to get out is incredibly hard. So you might drift up, you might drift down, but until you clear the original, well, in this case, let's use an example. 14 is, let's say, the top of our pennant. So until we clear 14, we can't go back into full gas mode because we have all these lines that we've been fighting through. But once we get past 14, we're clear. So you can also see that as, you know, that's our our peak to get going. But because it's a pennant, right, not a U shape, as time goes by, we're condensing. So 14 is the number to beat, but as time goes by, it's now 13 and 12 and 10, and now we're 2 months later. So our breakout number will be much lower because there's so much pent up energy to either give up or to go. And so you get a pennant, right? There's so much indecision between 10 and 11. So maybe 1050 will be the number to finally kick us off, right? Um, but once we get over 14, we've completed the U shape, or we've broken out of like the macro pennant's grasp, right? Um, yeah. But on this chart, it's showing the breakout is like right now. Um, yeah. And plus, we can still make a crown, or, well, a crown's probably not going to happen now, but you could still have your three kings, a really sloppy three kings, right? But yeah, this 2 weeks of lull is really usually when you lull. So I'm just spitballing here. I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. But normally when you're condensed, you don't move or you consolidate, whatever you want to call it. It's like tightening a spring. You're pushing it down, and eventually it pops. And it pops either up or down, just like a wedge or a pennant, right? My guess is up. We got all this energy, right? We're not really growing, but the value of AMC is growing every single day. The fundamentals are coming up to meet us. Like I said, like a month ago, right? So eventually the fundamentals either surpass us, which is not the case because we're still worth -$6 a share, um, or we come down to meet them, and that's bad. So it's one of the two. So, anyways, um, I don't know either. Tom. But that would be awesome. That would be a good. At the very least, it would help because it would get AMC back in the limelight. You know. But as for us, all we would see is like a giant green dildo, and then a couple minutes later, giant red one. Tom should be able to make a new invite. I think once you're inside Discord, you can make a new invite. Okay, so we got 20 minutes. Yeah, 20 minutes till the dip. The Dow is recovering. Oh, yeah. That's why I need this on. What? Oh, that's GME. Whoa. What are you doing here? Why do I have GME up here? Oh, man. Bad me. There we go. Whoops. Did I have GME up the whole time? I thought I clicked the Dow. Stupid me. Okay, we broke through, so let's see this. Let's see the volume ramp up. So 1030 is probably going to murder GME. Oh, it's going to be good. And then I'll play some Ring of Fire and get YouTube to hate me. Yeah. Or no, Joe Biden has to screw it up. He has to lean in, sniff, and be like, chimpanzee, coal hands. Or no, coal feet. And you're like, oh, Biden, you had one thing. And he gets it all wrong. Oh my god. Set the link to have more than one person. Jeez. Dun, dun, dun. Another one bites the dust. And another hedge gone. And another hedge gone. I do love comedy. Yeah. And, you know, a dead hedge fund is the only good hedge fund. I don't know if we can kill a hedge fund. If it bleeds money, you can kill it. So good. All right, so I'm making a killing on this. How many percents am I making right now? I'm making 1.5%. Sweet. I called that baby pretty good. Ain't gonna lie. But and that one was pretty obvious. Indecision going up. We're heading towards a dip. Unless it's going to hit the gas pedal right there and then, which it didn't, it's going down. Can't resist the sweet, sweet pull of the Dow. But also, too, it wasn't the Dow, it was GME tanking us. And because I had the chart wrong, it looks like. So either way, it's still valid, even with the wrong chart. Yeah. Well, that's not your problem. That's Tom's problem. He's just making individual invites where he can set a limit or number. Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm sure that's a really exclusive Discord. So he has to limit the invites. Feel that money, that sweet, sweet short seller money. So I think I covered this, but I'm not 100% sure. I know my brokerage won't let me because I have to keep the money there, right? But just like real short selling, which you can't do because you're not connected directly to the market, you probably could. it basically the only requirement is that you probably have to maintain the capital, and if you don't, they'll liquefy your positions. Yeah. Yeah, my brokerage locks up the shares as well. Just so that they can cover their ass, because then it would be kind of like a naked, right? And that's probably a good way to get margin called, right? So if your brokerage may loan you the money, so if you just go and pay or play with your shares, right? It might loan you the money to buy back the shares, the equivalency. But it's not going to loan you bazillion dollars. So once you exceed their loan amount, they're going to margin call you and say, look, buddy, you don't have enough shares and or money to cover what you said you're going to do. Fix this shit now or we liquefy your account. So that's usually what happens. And that's the dreaded DTCC thing of yesterday, which, ta-da, did absolutely jack shit. Who saw that coming? Not me. A week ago. Yeah. 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 Any brokerage that you're going into, they lock it up. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't mean it has to be that way because professionals that trade directly to the market or have like what is it, good compliance officers and all that sort of stuff, they're allowed to get a little bit more wish-washy, right? DTCC, whatever it is. Yeah, I don't know what it should be the DTCC. Yeah, it's the Dispensary Trust Clearing Company. Yeah, but yeah, that ruling really changed the market. Just blew my mind. All of us were just sitting here, and the world went by so fast yesterday. I just couldn't fucking handle it. It was just insane. I mean, oh, I'm supposed to be looking at GME. I gotta keep checking on that. Actually, I'll put GME up here as well. Why not just put them all up, and that way I can just sit on the couch and enjoy this coffee. New price scale. Yes, please. All right. It's the double dragon. So the combination of both blue and orange equals our share price. So now GME is going up. So I'm actually going to close my short position right here. So that's closed. So I made 1.6% because now everything's going up. So actually, you know what? We're going into 10:30, eh? Should I really close my position? Maybe I can do a quick long position here. Okay. I'll just make this one real tight. Guess I get it wrong. Do 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 do. Yeah, but it'll come back, Fannable. At least you got a taste of having your money back, right? Do 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 do. The Dow's showing weakness. Let's see what's going on. Let's get the lemons out here. Do 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 do. Gonna request that TradingView makes just an icon pack of lemons. Triforce, Summoning Circle, just the usual run-of-the-mill choices that everybody needs in a day. Okay, so the Dow's starting to go, and that's starting to go. Okay, then I'm going to close this position, which probably made me 0.10%. We're going back down. Good, I got out before it went red. 0.10% is still money. So my grand total win in here is 0.176 right now. Sweet. Yeah, exactly. And so this is where it gets kind of dangerous, because it's like, yeah, they're getting exuberant because they're not seeing negativity, and GME is bouncing off of a low, right? They don't want to go any lower, but the market's going to tank GME because of the weight of it. So right now the market's going sideways, so GME's up is not being countered by the market's sell, because the market's just doing flat, which you can think of as like net zero if we think of these as gravitational forces. So there you go. There's the down. And actually, I should reopen my short position. So I'm going to reopen that short position from right here, because I was a little delayed. Okay. All right. And then we'll ride that one till after 10:30. No, it's going to rise up to the holy lemons. So far, so good. I mean, today's not bad. It's just we're just going through the motions. It's not too bad. I think the big risk factor is that GME is, you can see the blue line now. GME is going to try to nosedive. So hopefully whoever wanted to sell today and keep their $1,000 did it. Hopefully you pulled that trigger an hour ago, 30 minutes ago. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yes, Mr. Mux. 10:24. Okay, not bad. Yep. Yeah. No, don't buy back now. Wait till after 10:30, at least. We're not crashing. No, we're definitely not crashing. Look at the markets. The markets are all green. We're not going to go for a nosedive today. We're just going through the motions of the 10:30 dip. Or just normal. Yeah. Yeah. We might gain some height here, but I wouldn't touch it till after 10:30. Let it shake off itself, and then it's good to go. Yeah. It's all good. Yeah, see, it's that blue line we gotta watch, because if it starts going down, like right now, it's high enough. They're at 146. They're still in very dangerous falling territory, but they got the support from, I don't know, 142, wherever they stopped, right? But as that blue line goes down and down and down and down, they're in a dangerous area, and now they have no more support. So it's like, fuck, they could go down $10, and that will have an effect on us. Because of course, like you see in the chat here, people are like, or I shouldn't say people, there was a person. It's like, hey, my stuff's not green anymore, right? That's how people work. Is it green? Is it red? So if they see red because GME is tanking, AMC gets thrown out in the bathwaters. Oh no. Okay. It was just checking up. So someone replied to me on Reddit saying that 947 is a huge support line for GME. I'm like, yeah, or sorry, 149. And I'm like, oh, it's a little delayed there. Yeah, even 147. It's under that right now as well. It's 146. So don't be worried about this. It's possible this is the recovery. But again, we still have 5 minutes for this to just go blip blip. Yeah, you may not get the absolute bottom, but at least you're protected. But again, I'm not a financial advisor. Well, I'm definitely not a financial advisor. At best, I'm a stockbroker. So use your own judgment so you can't sue me. It is your money after all, not mine. But let's put this baby back where it was. Lower. There we go. Lower. There we go. Let's see how everybody else is doing. Okay, so they're treading at the 146, 147. Oh, so I don't know what's going on with these guys. So strength, weakness, and it's undecided. My guess is we're going to have a recovery from yesterday's poop storm. So we want to be back at 14117. How much is that? That is about 1%. It might be hard to do. Not gonna lie. We'll see. Just remember, diamond hands are forever. Diamonds are forever. Diamond hands won't leave in the night. Have no fear that they might. Seize. Bam, 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 bam. Well, technically, where Jerry, you can buy out your covered call, right? So you'd have to give back a little bit of your premium. But like, say today, right? If it goes down to like $8, which it won't, then you could, you know, cover yourself with someone else's covered call, right? Also, to remember, covered calls are not, or sorry, all options are not static. So as time goes on, you make money, and the person that bought the call loses money because they're decaying, right? So as we get closer and closer to the 7th, if we're not closer and closer to the 14th, and there's a bit of a ratio, sorry, $14, and there's a bit of a ratio, you could technically bail out on the first good day and then buy back in on a bad day, right? No, you don't sell at a loss. Well, you could sell at a loss, but it's so if nothing happened, right? If you bought at 14 and you paid a $10 premium, let's say, right? If there was no decay, it would always be $10. And if there was no moving of the price, it'd still be $10, right? If the price moves, that $10 is going to change. but it's also decaying. So yeah, so that you just don't see the decay because you're a little further out, but you'll see it next week. It'll be apparent. You'll start making money every single day, even when the stock's going up. There's a ratio, right? So yeah. Anyways, you got this. Well, no, the time decay is eating into the. Well, yeah, okay. You could say premium, the cost of the option. Let's use that word. But it is, yeah, the premium. So the time decay eats into the cost of the option. Yeah. And the price of the option, right? Or the cost of the option is the premium. So yeah, it is technically the premium. But yeah, getting wish-washy with the words. Yeah. Because yeah, it's the cost or the price there. The price of an option is a formula that is constantly changing. Whereas the price of a share is its last traded price, the last agreed upon price, which is what we're looking at right now. And options are a financial derivative. They derive their price from the stock last price. Ta-da! Economics. Is this economics? Yeah, I guess this is economics. Financials. Okay, so there's your 1030 dip. So let this thing ride out. And then when it starts showing strength, buy in. And there you go. Not financial advice. Please do not sue me, SEC. Now, if it shows incredible weakness here, then we might be going down. But I don't think today's a bad day because the whole market's green. Now, you also see that blue line is going down as well. But again, it's 1030. But if that blue line starts to get sharper and sharper, then you might be wanting to avoid AMC trades. I do not want to be in the market, and I'm going to be when fucking GME takes a shitter. That would suck. Well, it's gonna suck. I shouldn't say would suck. I'm gonna be in the market for the whole ride. That's why it sucks to have your money locked up. But you don't lose unless you sell. So, just gotta ride her out. Dun, 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 dun. Come on. Do. At least the Dow, you can see it's inflecting. It's good. Good. And even though it's not proper English, inflection is up. Deflection is down. But that's not really proper English. At least for deflection. Because deflection can be any direction. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to close my short position just because I'm unsure if it's going to go down. Maybe I'll give it one more minute. Yeah, let's give it one more minute. It doesn't know what it wants to do. I'm like, I should be seeing more weakness here. Especially with that blue line going down. What are we doing for volume? 7 million. Slow. And what's the volume on this going down? 2,000, 1,000, 3,000. This big guy's an 8. Yeah, it's pretty slow. So right now it's GME that's pulling us down because the Dow is starting to tear, which makes this short position dangerous because it could go up at any second now. But no risk, no reward, homies. As you saw there, I wanted to close it on the first sign of strength, but my experience told me that's not enough strength. So this could be the end of it all. Because look at the Dow, it's just going up. If GME, the blue, shows similar movement, then I'm out of the short position. But it doesn't look like GME is responding to life support treatments. It's going to go into organ failure. Oh, and the Dow just deflected. So then that's 2 negatives, and that means we're going down, down, down. This ring of fire. You can always call Fidelity and ask them, hey, what's going on? I had to do that a lot when I first started stock trading. I'm like, where did my 60,000 go? Oh yeah, definitely Ocean. Definitely. This channel just focuses on the short term of AMC, but the long term is definitely, $14 by end of the month, something like that. Maybe, even sooner. It's starting to look like sooner. We just need about 2 good days, and we'll be back at 14. One day will get us to like 12, and the other one will get us to 14. $2 a day is pretty solid. We could even do it all in one day, but that would be nuts. Nuts. Amazingly nuts. But again, not financial advice, but my opinion based on what I'm seeing here. All right. So the GME is leveling out, and the Dow's about to kick it. All right, I'm going to close my short position because it's ramping up. So I guess buy in your long position. I guess now is a good time. Because, yeah, the volume's ramping up. We haven't yet decided on going up. But I'm pretty sure that's going to happen pretty shortly. Yeah. No problem. I won't always be right, but use what I'm saying and make it work for you. So we're 50-50 if we're going up here. Because now the problem is we should be going up or showing at least some green, but we're not. So this is going to turn into a we're going too long, we're going to collapse sort of deal. I don't like it. Okay, if I don't see green in the next minute, I'm just going to step out of the market until it tells me what's going on. Come on. Look at the sell. Holy crap. That's a lot of sell volume. The buy and the sell, there was like a 400 to 2 grand. It's a bit of a, yeah, look at that. The amount of sell pressure at 10:02 is pretty high. That's probably why we're not going anywhere. Doesn't mean we're going to crash, just it's why we're not going up. We should be getting lifted by the Dow. Yeah, the Dow's still tearing up. So we should be going up. We're after 10:30. The Dow's on the run. GME is still going down, but very slowly. So I just guess have your finger, if you're doing a long position, just have your finger on the sell button. Because if GME just blue line right down the screen, bail. Bail, 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 bail. Or if the Dow does another Joe Biden experiment. Or no, the Joe Biden experience. That's what we're going to call it. Yeah. Step aside, Joe Rogan. It's time for the Joe Biden experience. Your hair smells pretty. All right. There's some green. But yeah, we're still having a problem at 10:02. But as soon as we get through 10:02, we'll boost. We're just having some short-term bullshit. Or chop. Let's just call it chop. That's a more polite term. Chop, chop, chop. Do 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 do. Come on, what are you gonna do? It's just fucking stuck at 10:02. So again, longer we get stuck at 10:02, if we can't go up, we can only go down, right? So now this is starting to really burn on me. Ah, thank God we broke through. Good, we're in the clear. All's good now. Don't go back to 10:02. I'm watching you. Got my eyes on you. There you go. We're through. We're good. We're golden, pony boy. Fuck, that wasn't good. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Na 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 na. Da na na like a number na 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 na. Okay, where is my brokerage? I just want to take a look at things. Ah, nothing like a giant green dildo. Now we need to back this up or it's going to collapse on itself. So we want to see a little tiny red and then green again. That would be best. How's GME? GME's flat. Excellent. So that's like what I was talking about in the pre-market, the crush spring, right? So if this is the 14 we were at, right, and we crashed, and this is us over the last month, right? This is what's going to happen, right? It's this kind of like we can't go anywhere. Bam, we bust out, right? We have a breakout. I don't think it's going to be that high. We're not going to go from where we are now to fucking 14. I mean, it's possible, but that's the idea. That's the concept. So if so you can think of it this way: if you go too long and you can't go up, you can only go down. But if you don't go down, then that means you're going up, right? So it's like we're going. You have all the opportunity to die, but I didn't die. Well, I must be immortal. So you're off you go, right? Because you gave the opportunity for a crash. You gave them all the opportunity and they didn't take it. So then that means, okay, guess we're going up. And there you go. So that's kind of the psychology of it. Because you saw with the volume, right? There's people just sitting there going, should I buy? Should I buy? Oh, it's moving. Let's buy, right? That's exactly what that volume tells you, is that everybody piled in, right? So, there's people just like us. There's thousands and thousands of people just like us sitting, watching the screen, right? They're playing the game. They're just, we just don't hear from them, right? Yeah. So, do 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 do. Do 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 do. And it burns, burns, burns. This ring of fire. This ring of fire. Okay, so there's our little red. So this is going to make the S shape if we get a green in the next minute. If we don't, I'll close my long position, wait. I could open a short position, and then I'll get back in. But or I could just ride it out because I don't think we're done for the day, but yeah, I'm having a little bit of fun jumping in and out of the market. GME is inflecting up. Yep. Good. Should be green. General market is green. Yeah. The increase in volume is a little disconcerting, but doesn't really matter because our volume's so low. Instead of one person thinking we should sell, it's now two. Holy crap, we doubled our volume. Yeah, it's nothing, right? So, gotta put everything in perspective. If we had 1 million people agree on something, and then we have 2 million people agree on something, that's something. But 1 and 2, one guy says buy, one guy goes sell, we go nowhere. Okay, sure we didn't go anywhere, but that doesn't mean anything. That's not the consensus. Once we have consensus, which we haven't had for like a fucking month. Well, actually, we had consensus for a month. Do nothing. That's what the consensus was. But as soon as we have a consensus up or down, the stock is going to fly. So, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, someone else is missing he that should not be named. Yep. Yeah, he doesn't show up. The Dark Lord does not show up unless, or our favorite little Dark Lord, I should say, doesn't show up unless we have a red day. And then he tells us how it's going back to 5. I do give him a shout out once in a while. Every time we have a 15% day, I'm like, suck it, Zach. He gets to be my boogeyman. I get to blame all our problems on him. You can take your $5 handies. Yeah, that's it. He has alerts that just he set a bunch of alerts. Good morning, Zach. This is your AI assistant speaking. AMC has dropped overnight 10%, and you're going to have a meeting at 4 and 5 to harass. Thank you, Jeebs. He's like super sophisticated, but when he trolls, he comes in as, as Zach is. Should I warm up the hand lubrication? Oh no, Jeebs, that won't be necessary. I think today's a KY kind of day. Excellent choice, sir. Your computer is now primed, and I have loaded up Justin's channel for your trolling pleasure. Good, good. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, he's my... yeah, exactly. He's my, Moriarty. Yeah. What? Oh, that was Star Trek. Star Trek's version of Moriarty was really good. I really liked how they made an AI that was so smart that it realized it was an AI, but it was programmed in such a way to be Moriarty, right? And so it basically became self-aware and then fought against its fact that it's dead and not living, right? And I was like, that is an interesting introspective. I really liked that episode. For whoever wrote it, good job. That's good. I think that's my favorite Moriarty. Thanks. My name's Zach. Yes, I'll learn about heart issues and I don't know what else. How to be excited. Okay, so we didn't really make an S shape. We failed. So that's not great. And now we're going into kind of like a mini tiny pennant. So it's either going to be green or red. If it's red, we're going to break down. If it's green, we're going to break up. And you got the boosts from the green to the left, and you'll have the boosts from the green to the left and the red if we're going down. Excuse me. Um, Meh, we'll see. But yeah, we're basically getting pressurized again, ready to jump whenever that happens. What up, what up, what up, YouTube? I can do that. uh, I guess some people like that. To me, it's like YouTube's not an entity. It's not even alive. But I guess you're talking to a collective, but then just say, like, my people or friends, countrymen, people that lend me their ears. Filthy? Apes, filthy, squeeze, DTC, moon, dead cat. Not a dead cat. That's when I first learned about Trey. Everyone was just quoting, not a dead cat, not a dead cat. And it was like, I wonder what I'm going to get known for. What's my key personality traits? Aside from apparently you think my voice is sensually relaxing. Come here, Clarice. Um, Maybe comedy. Hmm. Don't know. Good job, backstop. Yeah, the squeeze is bullshit. Actually, yes, I would be well known for fucking YouTube personalities. Fuck them. Fucking entertainers. That's my buzzword. Yeah, yeah. That's just my gripe at the moment. Or pennant. We talk a lot about pennants a lot. There's a pennant. There's a pennant. Hey, look, a pennant. Ooh, piece of pennant. Ooh, another piece of pennant. Ooh, piece of pennant. Ah, it's all good. I'm just shitting on the hyperactive ones. Reddit's a good place, but it's full of quality degenerates. But there's good people there, so it's good. The Lemon Prophet. Yes, that's right. It is a cult after all. The powers of lemons compel you. Ah, the citrus. I'll have to make some memes using Constantine. You see, there's a war going on between lemons and limes, and they agreed to never get into humans' affairs, but they get so close. Sometimes they cross the line. I'm gonna need the lemon squeezing chair. You can't. I can. What's that? Holy water? No. Lemon zest. Powerful shit. So good. Father, I have given him to you. I've combined him into Sprite. But I did everything you asked. I made the most popular beverage, loved by African Americans and people that make alcoholic drinks worldwide. Constantine was good. All right, so we're going into a mini pennant, which is basically we should see a breakout real soon. But we knew this here was the mini pennant, and this was probably the mini pennant's breakout, but then it's part of a larger pennant. Because realistically, when you're measuring pennies, that's a little too small on the technical scale. Like you can measure pennies, but let's not. It's not worth it. Because the breakout of a penny is like 2 pennies, maybe 3 pennies, right? So unless that's going to trigger something, it's so fucking stupid, right? So yeah, it's not worth it. So what barcode? You're talking about the ziggy zaggies on the screen? We'll get there. We'll get there. I guess I say that a lot too. I'm very reassuring. But you know what? The psychology of that is I'm probably just reassuring myself. Because as much as I may not seem stressed, the stock market is very stressful, right? So it's not like I'm not hiding it, but I might be subconsciously stressed, and I've just learned to not let that come to my conscious mind, right? So then that changes the way I speak. So yeah, I'm very reassuring, but I'm like, why am I trying to reassure you guys? Then I'm like, oh wait, I'm probably just projecting. Son of a bitch. I thought I was a sophisticated monkey. Turns out I was just a regular old chimp all along. Peels off Scooby-Doo mask. That somehow the guy looks like a fucking real zombie and you peel off the mask and I don't get those Scooby-Doo masks. I just don't get it. I mean, the guy was fucking going through walls. So, in classical doctrine, pennants were actually supposed to go the opposite way. So when you have a pennant and it starts to go up and it touches the top line, it's supposed to actually break down. But in my pennants, it's if it touches the top line and it gets through it, it goes up. Like it blows through, right? And if it goes to the bottom, it blows down, breaks down. So I was always really confused about pennants because the books I read had it all backwards. But I think when they do pennants, it's based off of different stuff. You're supposed to use the highs and the lows, but there might be other criteria. So I don't know. But in the case of what I'm showing you, basically if it starts floating up, the likelihood of it breaking out increases. If it starts floating down, the likelihood of it breaking down increases. If it breaks through the line, you have about a minute or two, at least for AMC, because of our speed, that it can pull itself back in. And then you're okay. It'll float back to the middle-ish, and off you go, right? So nothing's guaranteed until it breaks out, and then maybe 2 minutes go by, and it's still going up. Then it's not coming back. At least for the next maybe 5 minutes. Then it might complete another thing and collapse or whatever. Who knows? But you get that brief span of time where it's going to go. Because now it's free of its mortal bonds. So, yeah. So here, this is you could say this is a pennant. So you're supposed to use the bottom, right? So you could have made a wedge here, but it would be inaccurate because this you're supposed to use the whole stick of the first one. But if we ignore the first stick and we just use this would have been one, and this would have been its breakout. It hit the end. And so that's the inner stuff. But if we do it properly, we got to use the big stick to make a pennant. So now, in classical theory or whatever, those books, this should turn around and go up. But for me, I would say this is going to go down. Which is why I never liked pennants until I just ignored what they said. So either I read that book wrong or that data is outdated. But I think what they were talking about with their pennants is that it expends all its energy going up, so that its only option now is to fall down. But to me, it's like it's more of a declining support line. So it's going to punch against that line, but as soon as it gets through that line, then it's going to blow, right? So I don't know. But you can Google that and learn more about pennants. So this one's going to turn into a wedge because we had two negatives and we didn't break out. So it's not a pennant, it's going to be a wedge for us because the market told us what it's thinking. So we adjust. So we're still possible anytime breakout. So I'm going to play this like I would if I was day trading. So I'm going to set this up that if we break out to give me the money, and if we break down, give me the money. So this is how you can play a wedge. Like that. You can also do that with options. You basically just, as long as it doesn't go sideways, but at least with the stock, you don't have to buy early. You can just wait. So let's do that. Yep, this is the squeeze. Okay, so I'm not going to move the green line, but I would be waiting. So my finger would be on the buy trigger right now, but I'm waiting to see. So we busted out, potentially. But is it going to hold? And of course, the bust out isn't big because we're measuring pennies here, but I'd expect it to be maybe double the size it is right now. But it's kind of hard because if it's double the size, it would be like 50% of the wedge, which is huge. Normally it's about, I don't know, 30% of the wedge of the last bit. So right now, if you look at it, it's about 30% of the middle of the wedge, or it's about 100% of the wedge that we just came out of. No, we'll let it play because it's not. We're too tiny. It's too well, yeah, we're too tiny. There's not enough detail, not enough resolution to see what's going on. Yeah. Plus, it doesn't really matter. We lose a penny on a breakout. Whoa, that's gonna kill us. But look at that volume. That volume is shit. Ah, sad pandas. And so you would also see a commitment on the volume on a breakout. That's another indicator. So like right now, the volume is shit. The volume was good when we broke out, so that's good. But then there's no continuation volume. So it means the breakout's not happening. We did break out, but we stopped. So then it's like, okay, then we get into the, if we take too long, we're going to go down. If we take even longer, we're going to go up. And then we're right now at the part where we're going to see red, potentially, because this is taking way too fucking long and we're not going anywhere. And then give it about a minute or two more, and then we should see green. So, if we don't see red in the next 2 minutes, we're golden. Selling what? So there's your red. Although this is very little red, so if we got 2 more minutes of this, then we should be going up. And then this also completes kind of a U shape. So the concept of a U shape is, of course, you've gone through all your sellers, you level out, and then now your buyers take over. So GME is still going flat. The Dow's starting to curve a little. I really wanted to see the train wreck that is GME. I got my tickets all paid up and I was ready to rock. Man. Do 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 do, and it's a burning train wreck of fire, and it burns, burns, burns. So we got a ramping of volume, so it looks like we may get our freedom. Because that was technically our red right there. There. That flat you can't see. Right there. You can barely see it. So that bad boy was our red. So now this is our chance for our green to shine. Just throw citrus everywhere. Yeah. Magic citrus. Okay. Let's get the Dow down a little. I don't want it so friggin' high you can't see it. There we go. If I click on GME, so I'll just put GME. Yeah, down here is good. Just so that I can see the tip of it. That's all I really care about. Just the tip. Okay, our volume now is 10 mils, so we're a pretty slow day. But at least we're drifting upwards, so that's good. Yeah, I do like that too. I like the idea of, what? Discount tendies? Don't mind if I do. Well, it might try to get back into the wedge. So this is us. Both the GME and the Dow are going up. What's the volume on this? 1,000. So basically nobody. So it just got erased. 50% erased by 100 shares. 1.6 to go down and 200 shares to go back up. This is what happens when there's no sellers, right? So that's a very good example of why low volume means extra volatility. Took 1,600 shares to bring us down a penny. We completely blew through it and gained a penny with less than 200 shares. Because the share price is based on the last traded price. So if there's no one there, the first share brings you up whatever amount. And so we went up 3 pennies, 4 pennies, because there was no one there. And so pop, 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 we go. And that's how you'll get, when you get a thin market, when we finally eat up all the float, which I don't think will ever happen, but let's say it did, you'd get that kind of volatility. You know, it might take 600 to go down, and then 100 jumps you up $1 or something ridiculous, right? Because there's just not enough shares to satisfy every number under the sun. And the market maker has gone and taken a dirt nap because he doesn't have any shares until people sell. But then he doesn't have enough to satisfy, so he's, again, out to lunch. All right, time to get comfy on the big old comfy couch. It's going to be a long day. No. Well, at least we're at 11 o'clock. So a bit of the day is done. Yesterday was pretty killer as we were going into 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. It felt like 5 p.m. for me. It was killing me. All right, let's see what's going on here in the larger world of things. Oh, there's a funny picture. Yeah, that's what we all say, right? I love how deep fucking value became a meme, but he's not really a meme for AMC though. Apparently, he's got himself an action figure. That's awesome. That's when you know you made it. Let me give me 1 second. Okay, so then I would be. That's pretty cool. But I guess it can make an action figure of anything. I could have my own action figure. It won't be widely distributed, so now we're finally going up. So we just needed some time to break out. So that was our breakout. That was our attempt to return because we collapsed because we took too damn long. And then basically because there was no sellers, it's time for the buyers. Oh man, so shitty, so slow. do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, welcome back, Char Char. You've been away for a bit. Lemon hands. There we go. Well, we're killing it today. So I'm up 1.66. This was 0.10. This is... What was this one? Was this a short? No, this was a long. So when did I get out? Oh, here. So then I got another 0.60. So I'm already at two something. It's 12. So that's 120. So that's 230. And then I got another going on here. Another 0.2% so far. So that makes me 250. I'm at 250%. Not bad on a 1% day. Not bad. How do I trade like that? By reading the chart. The chart tells you. The chart says, bitch, buy. Bitch, it's risky. Actually, usually that's what the chart tells you. It tells you if it's risky or not risky. Is really what the chart tells you. And then you have to kind of guess. What are the odds? Yeah. Because when the chart doesn't know, then it's hard. Because you always got to keep in mind that if you're getting a little metaphysical for a second, but as time goes by, right, this chart is going to play out. All right. If we could see into the future, we would know. The chart is going to play out the same way every time. So if we reverse time and replayed it, the chart will play out the same way every single time. Except, of course, if we influence the chart, then we influence history, right? But point is, the chart is already set in motion. It's already going to be how it's going to be. AMC will rise or fall or blow up in 30 years. It's already destined. It's going to happen. But we don't know it, right? So our job as traders is to try to see into the future, draw that chart, and basically guess as it happens or before it happens. And the nice thing about the stock market is that the chart, there's only certain ways the market can move. It's up and down, right? Or sideways, but it's really just up and down. And it's always going to the right. It can't stop per se. So it has to form certain shapes. There's certain restrictions and limitations to what it can do. And so you exploit that. So if the chart starts showing you something, it only has a few choices left. If you guess the right one, it's like chess, I guess. You know, you basically can only do a couple of moves and you just guess the right one. Or actually, sword fighting is a good example. So the attacker only has like 6 choices. And you as the defender have to guess, is it up, middle, or down, basically. Left or right. Up, middle, or down. You got 6. 3 up top, 3 in the middle, 3 at the bottom. So he goes and starts to do an up attack. Is it left, right, or middle? So you have to choose the appropriate block, right? And it's the same thing here. If you start to see an up, well, it's not just going to plummet, right? It could, but it's really not going to. So is it going to curve? Is it going to take off stronger? Is it going to go sideways? So you only got a couple of options here. And so, anyways, that's really how you do it. So if you follow this channel for a while, you'll start to learn how I'm doing it, and then you can make your own decisions. But yeah, that's the game in a nutshell for those that are new. It's just seeing. But this is day trading and momentum trading. If you're a value trader, you just look for stocks that are severely underrepresented. You buy them 10 months early. Wait 10 months, you're rich. Personally, that's unfun. I don't like that because it's just so fucking slow. And it exposes you to risk. If you don't know what you're doing and you guess wrong, in 10 months you find out you were fucking wrong. Whereas here, you find out right away when you're wrong. Generally a minute later. So, anyways, that's the spiel. Oh, yes. So looking back at the chat, this is trading view, but this is not for trading. You could trade with this, but this is just charts, and that will link you to my chart that I have on the screen here. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. I wonder what all these monkeys are gonna do when AMC finally succeeds. Are they gonna like they're gonna be vindicated, I guess, right? Like we did it, but it's like I don't know. I wonder what the next big thing is gonna be. But I guess that's the $1 million question. Yep, the next earnings are expected to be on the 10th of next month. But of course, nothing is guaranteed. They don't have to release their earnings on that date. But generally, they try not to spook their stockbrokers or their shareholders, so they try to keep it on the right time. So this is a little bit of weakness, but we're not seeing it. So this is probably more we didn't get enough height, so we're starting to curve. But we're talking about the difference of 1, 2, 3 pennies, so it's still trivial. So I'm going to close my short position because that one wouldn't execute. Well, I wouldn't even close. Cancel. That's the correct terminology. So we're going to go with the long position. Yeah, the Dow's doing pretty good. We didn't respond right away. It took us a few minutes. Didn't respond to this one either. Or we did, again, couple minutes. What's the delay? So here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, 5-minute delay. Let's see. So then here, this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we should see the upswing. So we should be going up. If this holds up, we will see. So that's part of the whole time theory, the whole cyclic lines. There's apparently a 5-minute lag, and maybe that means something, whatever. Oh, the squeeze got moved to next month. The goalpost just keeps moving. We've been in the squeeze for what, 3 months? It's great. It's great. I love it. Oh, another hedge fund collapsed in Sweden. Bam! Got another one. Ladies and gentlemen, we got them. Sweet. I have no love for hedge funds. I'm none of this March on Wall Street kind of hippie bullshit. That's just for people that don't get it. But uh, hedge funds blowing up is always good because they gamble and they got burned. They play the stock market like a casino. So that's their problem. And they get bailouts all the fucking time, so they can suck it. We're not going to get no bailouts if we get tanked. There's a Reddit post about how much volume is going on, and yet the volume is so fucking low. What? How many upvotes does this get? Nothing. Oh man. The volume is so extreme compared to what? The last 10 days? Oh yeah, they're starting to talk about the gamma squeeze again. Oh my god, no. Please don't. So we're just treading sideways. GME's kind of recovering. They might go into a U shape, which means 152, they'll have to make a decision. Oh, there is a color there. I was like, is that just my eyes going weird? But the white looks funny. Okay, let's Give that a proper solid color. There we go. Can I change the type of the line? Whoa. Ah, good. I can have this arc only show up. I'm looking at these guys. Perfect. That's good. So then when I go, oh, show me the whatever, the daily chart. The arc comes back the very next day. Nice. This is a jumbled mess. But, yeah. We should have a good day of solid green soon, though. We should have a blast off. I can't wait, because I'll get some money back. I'll be rich sometime for the summer. Then I can buy shit and enjoy the warm weather. Yay! Money, 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 money. Ah, I can't wait. It's gonna be great. I love stock trading in warm weather. Being a Canadian from a frozen wasteland, you're out having your Starbucks Frappuccino. You make a couple of grand. You walk down the street, see something you like, make another couple grand. Ah, God, it's nice. And here I am, stuck at 14. Rabble, 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 rabble. Oh yes, the Pentruple Witching Day. Let me get out my hat. Eventually, I'm gonna get off my ass and I'm gonna go through all the YouTube videos with everyone's predictions and just be like, do the 1918 overture, the dun 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 dun, dun and they'll just do um, The Office where he yells, "No, no, wrong, wrong," and just play that over it. It's like, oh, the witching day's tomorrow. No, 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 wrong. And oh, everything's gonna go up wrong and wrong. And then eventually I'll just start like, because there'll be thousands of them. I'll just be like, wrong, 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 wrong. It's like, oh my god. I'm not always right either, but I don't put any confidence behind it because you can't know. You can't know. How the fuck? You can only guess. It's all probability. Oh. Actually, what's really impressive on that note is when people can win at horse racing. They know the jockey and they know the horse so well. But it's like, I mean, at that point, yes, it's an animal against, well, an animal and a human against other animals and humans. So if you know all the variables, you pretty much know the outcome. But damn, like, how the hell do you know this, right? Like, do you look at the vein size on the horse's neck and you're like, ah, good vascular running ability? Like, I don't know. Those people impress me. Yeah. That's a good one, Howard. I love the feel of the stacks of money slapping me in the face. It reminds me of my day at the massage parlor with all those dudes. Just pounds of money hitting my face. Uh, that was the day. Yeah, I'll get noted for my gay lewd jokes. It's great. Hopefully we take off today. I want to have some good food over the weekend. And maybe I'll be able to buy back my sell button. I sold off my sell button about half a year ago. I can afford a new sell button. If I ever get unbanned, that's going to be one of my posts. I finally got my sell button back, or I finally bought my sell button back with AMC dollars, and then the content of the post would be, and then I just sold it again, or something like that. I'll think of something funny. Oh, bratwurst would be good right now. So maybe that's what I'll have. I haven't eaten anything today, uh, so maybe when this is all over, if I don't starve to death, um, yeah, maybe I'll go do some German sausages with a little bit of horseradish. Yeah, sauerkraut's good. Actually, sauerkraut's great if you want to lose weight. It's awesome. Anything acidic, like vinegar, is pretty good for helping you lose weight. It curbs appetite and it stimulates fat. Um, the fuck is it? The cells leaking fat. Um, alkaline technically makes you live longer, but acidic is conductive to weight loss and hunger control. It's almost like lemon juice. Except lemon juice is really bad for acidic. It is really acidic. It might not seem that way, but I made one of my favorite drinks is you take a whole lemon, cut it up, and pour Coca-Cola over it. It's fucking great. The thing is, it's so acidic. I left a little bit it in a plastic cup. It chewed through the plastic in under 24 hours. It ate the plastic, like just right through, dissolved it. It's like, oh my god, my teeth. Yeah, like that's really acidic. And it melted. There was a plastic straw in it, and it melted it too. Became kind of like collapsed on itself, like a jelly. It's like, fuck. So, anyways, lemon juice. That shit. Careful. Yeah, I know. I was like, because pop or soda or soft drinks, depending on your country, is phosphoric acid. The acidity of pop is pretty high. It's like 3, I think, maybe 4. Water being 7.5. And by acidity, I mean pH. Um, I think, because it's phosphoric acid, but it's heavily diluted. And then you have lemons, which is citric acid, but it's highly concentrated. I think a lemon is close to a 1, which is battery acid. I think it's 2 something. I could look that up. Let me just yell into Google. pH of lemon juice. It's about 2. Okay. pH of battery acid.
Here is information from Simple Wikipedia.
No, stop reading. Stop reading. Thank you. Okay. Gastric acid is 0. Lemon juice is 1 to 2. Cola is 2.4. Yeah, so about 3. Oh, and sorry, lemon juice is about 2.4. Gastric acid is 1. Battery acid 0. Okay, I read this chart wrong. Because I was like, wow, gastric acid 0? How the hell do you keep that in your stomach? Yeah, that's why when you burp up, it hurts like hell. Yeah. So cola, yeah, is 2.5, and lemon juice is 2.4. So they're about the same. But apparently just enough. Because also the pH is based on the consistency of the water, right? So if you add pure lemon juice, you're basically adding pure acid, and you'll increase the pH because the cola is no longer diluted so much. Sideways day. Maybe I'll make some food. What time is it? 11:40? Hmm. Don't know what's going to happen. So we're coming up on 12, which would be our going down or going up point. Usually when you hit 12, especially on a Friday, this is your your peak, right? Maybe I'll do that. Okay, I'm going to close my position on this. Okay, that's closed. So I made I don't know what I made. Made another, let's say 10% or 0.10%. I'm going to make some food and then I'll come back for 12 or just before. I'll look at it. But I don't think we're going to go anywhere fast. So we'll probably be within let's say this. We'll be somewhere here for 12. If we do go down for the people that are short selling or got short positions, the worry point would be when we go below this guy here, probably. So here, you don't want to get close to that line. You're okay anywhere near that line. And you'll start to see some action if you get above this line. So, but you probably want to bail on your position if it goes here. Just because you'll free fall, and then we're getting close to the end of the day after 12, and so balls. And actually, I'll open in case it happens. I will open a short position here. It goes below this line. Okay. And then I will open a long position if it goes over this line. This one's a little more risky, but that's all right. So then we just avoid the indecision. You don't make a choice until it's committed. So there we go. All right, I'm going to quickly make some food. Since I started talking about it, I'm going to see if I can rustle up some sausages. Or that might, actually, I don't think I have any, so that's going to probably be a weekend thing. All right, I will be back. Enjoy this sideways moment. Wow, that went dark, Tom. um, oh yeah, the morning pizzas. Yes, so good. The long term, I would say, is 30. How high? It can, any stock can go infinitely high, right? But my long term, actually, let me get up and start boiling water. Beauties of a wireless headset. I don't need to sit while talking to you. So yeah, I think the long term for this stock is somewhere around 30. After 30, I don't know. I think once we get to 30, or when? Sorry. When we get to 30, I'm going to have to sit down and do some due diligence, some DD on AMC. Right now, we're in the recovery phase, but once we hit 30, we're past the recovery phase. Then it's going to be, okay, is AMC a good company phase? Does it have the potential to grow phase? Or is it just, Adam's free money emporium and we don't go anywhere because he's just hogging all the money? So that's going to be the next thing. So ride this baby to 30 or 26, 28, somewhere around there. depending on where we get resistance. And that I'm pegging for December based on my earlier DD where we're growing about every season about 5%. Or sorry, $5. We get $5 a season basically. And actually it's still holding up. So it held up even though we had these 2 weeks of crap. It's basically because we went above the line. Now we got pulled back. So it's all still working out. Strangely. But that goes to show you that it's probably accurate. But then again, don't put too much faith into anything because, if you trust it, you marry it, and you get it wrong, you always have to be cautious. Always trust but verify. Anyways, so yeah, $30 by the end of the year is my current peg. When we had this little bit of slowdown the last, let's say 4 days, I've readjusted the end of the year to be $28 or so. But now that we're kind of speeding up, I don't know. We're back on 30? Maybe. So, yeah, anyways, hopefully that answers your question. I'm not looking at the computer, so I can't tell. But, yeah, dem the brakes. Alright, just get my phone so I can see what you guys are saying. And let's take a look. Did she break up? Yeah, she did. Excellent. Good. Now let me get my mouse off. There we go. Oh, that was easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. But, that's how you can bet on a pennant, or you can bet on the stock goes sideways. It's gonna blast off. You just don't know what direction, so you just prepare for both. One of them's gonna be right. So. One of them's gonna be right. Oh, echo. Okay. I love it when people tell me what I want to hear. Excellent. Let's see, how do I mute myself? I think if the video is paused, does the chat... Just type something into the chat. I'm curious if the video is paused, if the chat continues. I don't think it does. I'll just give you guys... Oh, yeah, it still does. Somebody just left. Okay, good. So you can pause the video and the chat will continue. Excellent. All right. So I'm going to actually I'll leave the video up. I'm going to just watch my computer screen from a distance. It's Inception. All right, and play. So let's see this baby take off. Adjust. Okay, so she's still going up. Good. There we go. So there'll be a little bit of delay. So there's going to be delay because I'm now watching my feed. So it's going out to YouTube, going from YouTube back to me, then I'm reacting to it. But then this will let me know, oh fuck, I'm going to have to adjust it. It's going off the top of the screen. All right. Okay. Fix that. Do. Get me some food. Some yum yum yums. Some birdie num nums? Birdie num nums. Yeah, look at that volume. That's nice. Okay. So we're definitely trending above my guessaroo. So I would say that's probably an indication to sell. It's too much too quick, but I missed the sell point. We'll probably come back a little, and then we'll end up here-ish. But that volume's a good indication that it's ready to put the pedal to the metal. Although that's only 7,000. We're trading in the hundreds, so it's not that good of an indication. But anyways, okay. Let me just get rid of this guy. Okay, this guy. So I'll let this ride unless it goes down to this guy. We'll just let this ride. So there, if you would have held with this guy, right, you would have done a little bit better. But this way, by getting out, we minimize risk because this could have crashed, right? So that's kind of the idea here, is to minimize risk. My volume is piss. Oh, no, not my volume. The volume. Yeah, the volume is piss. We're only at 11,000 and we're almost at noon. The volume's garbage. Yeah. There was a remote and it was stuck in the middle of my seat. And the remote is super hot, meaning it was running, sending out the signals. Well, those batteries are dead. You truly are a fat bastard. That hurts. I'm on the Subway diet like Jared. Okay, so we're just trucking along here. Trading stocks, why? Making pasta. Today on Cooking with Stocks, it's cheesy noodles with a dash of GME sadness. We'll interview somebody who is chronically depressed after losing everything to GME, and we'll laugh in their face because we're AMC. Life is good, unless you're that guy. Yep. Oh well. Hopefully people made their millions before they lost them. Am I frozen? No, I'm live. The stock is just dead. Thankfully, I put up that clock in the corner. If I didn't have the clock, I wouldn't be able to tell if the damn stock is dead or I'm dead. I don't have the clock on my screen. That's just for you guys. But the clock, having a large clock is super important while trading. I just look, there's one on my wall, so I just look at it, but time is everything. A lot of stocks trade at certain key points in time. AMC does as well, but it's not really heavily time driven, especially when it's low volume. Now it's getting so hard to see. There we go. It just put my quality down to 114 or 144p. I'm like, holy shit, I can't even see. So GME. So now I'm following along with you guys. So GME is sideways, and the Dow's sideways too. So now what we're looking for is volume to come up at the bottom there and show us commitment one way or another. So we're technically still in a bull run pattern. We're going up diagonally. This is kind of a minor retraction, which is healthy. But we need to, and the volume's not high on the sellers, so that's a good indication as well. But what we need to see is the freaking gas. Like, they need to, oh yeah, look at the buy sell volume in the corner there. The sell ask 4,675. Ugh, the sellers are getting impatient. Yeah, the buyers come back with 1,200 versus 4,600. But see, we're not going down. We're not crashing. So those must be limit orders. So unless we're basically just hitting each other, and we're not, as long as we don't go into their territory, that number doesn't go down. And if we subsequently we don't move. do. All right. Oh, I can't see the chat for some reason. Oh, you guys are just not chatting. Yep, it's all good. See you, relevant. Yeah, it's going flat on no volume. Ouch. Oh, it's all good, Daryl. It's all good. You'll hear me chirp up when something happens. I'm cooking pasta right now, and I'm watching this thing. Dead horse. How much money did you make? Or what is define profitable? That's what I want. I don't need direct numbers, but what did you risk? What did you get? Inspire us. For we all should aspire to be alphas like you. And what's the price of it now? Wow. That's good. Gotta love that multiplication factor on options, right? So you went basically from 20 cents to 70 cents, but because of the multiplication, you're doing it. You're making etc. proud. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get more into options. I've just avoided them just because the terminology from my brokerage has been fucking confusing. But now I did my first one. It hasn't blown up in my face, so I think it's like, okay, I think I can do this. I have the confidence now. That's good. That's good. Because I do love margin. I do love the fact I can multiply my money. It's great. Except there's no friggin' margin on AMC right now because it's a meme stock. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. And if it doesn't hold up, you can always bail out, right? You just have to bail out quickly. Yeah, so that's awesome. Good for you. I'm proud of you, young Padawan. Yeah, because money's money, you know. You have to celebrate when you win, because there'll be losses. They're coming. So, oh, and that's another thing too. You might be tempted. This is more a personal opinion, but you might be tempted to, keep buying shares, always buying shares, and never spending any of your winnings. Don't spend your principal, but definitely spend some of your winnings, because you'll end up like fucking up horribly. But if you have less money, you can only fuck up less, right? And you've already bought stuff or did stuff, so when you do fuck up horribly, it doesn't hurt because that shiny new TV is still sitting there, right? Now, of course, depreciating assets, not so great, but maybe buying a slightly better car than you can afford. So you used your money to buy the extra premiums, right? The comfort. That's, don't go out and buy a fucking Lambo, but, buy a bigger than you could afford because you can afford it now. So when things go south, you're not screwed. But, anyways, but keep that in mind because, yeah, it's great to reinvest, but you got to take personal care matters. If the broker dies or can't play no more, you can't make any money. So mental health is important. So I'm buying a Lambo. Good job. Good job, Elon. Jesus. Still sideways, eh? What a waste of... But it's lunch, so what do I expect? I'm trying to find something to strain my noodles. I don't seem to have any strainers anymore. Where the hell does a strainer just get up and go to? So those damn underpant gnomes, they stole my strainers. Actually, you know what? I could take a Ziploc bag, poke holes in it. That would work. Haha, crafty motherfucker. That's what I am. I'm gonna just cheat. I'll just boil all the water out of it and ruin the pot. Good enough. Blow dry them, yeah. That'd be really Trailer Park Boys. So what are you doing? Oh, I'm just couldn't find a strainer, so I'm drying out the noodles and just going back and forth with the noodles on a paper towel. Yeah, that would be them. But he doesn't realize, the paper towel did all the drying or something of the sort. So good. Oh. So. Oh, we went down a tiny bit, 1 penny. This is exciting. It's thrilling. Some movement. Even if it's garbage. It's not dead, Jim. It still has a moment of life. His final words were, fuck hedgies. Or no, final words were, what up, YouTube Gorilla Gang? And that was his final words of the dying stock. Why is there so many U's in the what up part? Well, that's how he said it. It was What So good. All right. Cheesy noodles. Get me through the day. Because, yeah, it should all pick up after 11 o'clock. So it's a good time to get fueled up. Get a stick of juicy fruit. The taste is going to move you when you put it in your mouth. So, one thing I've learned. So what color is your Lambo going to be, Elon? Doing a red, yellow. I'm a banana yellow sports car kind of guy. You might be a red rocket. Well, we're in agreement. Yeah. Banana. So good. I do love yellow. It's a great color for cars. I'd get a banana yellow Honda Civic if I could. Although sometimes a nice red or a nice blue. But yeah, banana yellow is my favorite color. Unfortunately, my Cybertruck that I will get with my AMC winnings is only going to come in space gray, I guess. All right, now I'm back. Get off the phone. And there we go. All right, just going to be slightly mute as I eat these noodles. Blah. But I'll be sitting here watching. It's not like we're going anywhere fast. GME might be starting to go. They have to burn off about $4, I think, which isn't too hard. It's about 2 steps for them. And then they're going. We'll see. And I nailed that one pretty good. Nice. If I recall correctly, that this was the bottom. We're going up, then we're going down, right? And then this is going to be the downwards trend. And it's doing great. And then let's see if we get the upwards trend. Neat. So yeah, I think I drew that at middle of the month, and it's played out perfectly. Nice. All right. Excuse me. So we're still on track, just not amazingly. But we're not going anywhere fast, so nothing to worry about, I guess. Yes. No, the reason I said, so it's craft dinner, right? Which is mac and cheese. So I just said cheesy noodles, so it was easier for the international crowd. But craft dinner is a Canadian staple. We eat more craft dinner than anyone, but it's also beloved in the Americas as well. Yeah, it's just so friggin' easy, right? Boil water, and you're done. It's good. Give me a stock ticker, Renee, and I'll take a look at it. Excellent. All right, let's take a look then. I'll digest some cheesy noodles. Nom 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 nom. Okay. MP. So I know. Oh, did I get the right one? Yeah, MP Materials Corp. Okay. They're at 29. Let's look at the all-time. So they just came into existence in July of last year. They started at $9, reasonable. They booked it to 51 and now they're 29. Earnings have been great. So 001, then it became 007, 07. So they're 10 times more profitable. Holy crap. So that's 9. So they should be at 90. So they were losing money. 022. Now they're 08. Yeah, that's probably why that happened. So they went from negative 22 to negative 08. So that's a huge increase. And so they basically went from 11 to 20. So that's good. Then they had a huge earning. Everyone thought it would be positive 03, and it came out as positive 18. So that drove them up to their record high, which they're crashing from. And their estimate coming up is 08. So I doubt they're going to be able to beat the estimate again. But the last time they estimated, they got it really fucking wrong. And November, they were saying that they're 08 in last year. So unless something went wrong, which it doesn't look like it did, in fact, things are going well. Earnings coming up on what, June the 1st? Yeah, I'd let this thing run its course. but I would say it's probably a good buy, just on the fact alone that, I mean, it's pretty expensive. I don't know if they're worth this price, and it looks like the fundamentals say no. Yeah, it's the only rare earth mining and processing site in the Western Hemisphere. Yeah. No, the reason for this loss right here is because they went up too high too quick. I mean, the damn stock was $9 almost a year ago, and now it's 51. It's a 5 times increase. That's incredible, right? So that's a little too much. So the retraction is good, and then it will basically do a shape like this, like that. The very healthy lightning bolt kind of deal. So yeah, you'd have to do your due diligence to find out if the company's actually growing, or was that just a one-time good earning? Because yeah, you can see their revenue here; they're losing money. So even though they made money, overall they're losing money in all of 2020. Oh, but they've become the last quarter of 2020. They had a revenue of 42 million with an income of 24. That's what this was. Hmm. Yeah. So instead of they lost money all of 2020, but now they turned that frown right upside down. Yeah. I mean, if the company's worth $9 when it's losing money, it's worth a lot more when it's making money. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's a good long-term play. Did they give out dividends? No. Yeah. Yeah. Do your due diligence, but it doesn't look too bad. All right, let's look at the short term. Yeah, so the short term looks like you're going into a crown, which is this, right? But this earnings is probably going to rocket it. So you may get a crown, but a crown is usually tighter. So these here were, if you're doing a crown, it's here, right? So this would have been the completed crown, more than likely. But you could be going into maybe a fancier crown, I guess. So you got this to worry about, right? But I mean, that's a lot has changed since then, right? So it's about half of when it took off. Yeah, so I'd say anything now or lower is good discount. Yeah. Yeah. Now it's a mining company, so if things go wrong, it can go to zero, but yeah, it's not too bad. A little risky, but yeah, there might be a lot of value in that. Should remember that. Might buy into that few shares just to see how it goes. I don't know enough about mining companies to make that my primary horse. But rare earth metals are super important, especially as we go to a battery economy. Yeah, no problem. I don't mind looking at things when we're not in the middle of stuff. It's more than fine.
This dog isn't afraid of jack shit.
So apparently today the talk is about limit holds on Reddit. I've now seen 7 posts. So somebody's talking about limits. Oh, those noodles hits these spots. So as somebody made a GIF for the Battle of 1001. That battle didn't last too long. I tripped, I fell, and landed on the buy button. Silly me. I love it. Oh, is Mortal Kombat today? I think it is. I think it releases today, right? Oh, the Globa male hates the Mortal Kombat reboot. Aw, sad. So its release date in Canada is today. It's currently trending, so it's Mortal Kombat Day. I'm gonna update the YouTube title because Mortal Kombat is much more important than Joe Biden. So I'm gonna let's see. Happy There we go. Happy Mortal Kombat Day. Okay. There we go. Updated the description and the title. Excellent. Yeah. And then, ooh, yes. Um, because it uplisting though, when it gets uplisted, you're talking about it going from like ventures to actual Nasdaq. So it's on OTC and now it's going to Nasdaq. Makes a big difference if that's what you're talking about. Most institutional investors can't trade OTCs, and they can only trade something when it becomes on the NASDAQ or a proper market. Plus, once it goes on a proper market, then banks and businesses will allow you to use margin, which means you can consume more. Yeah, so no, that makes a big difference. Yeah, it means there's going to be a gold rush for, you know, whatever. Yeah. Yeah, there'll be a gold rush period, basically. Everyone goes and tries to get a land grab. It's all good. I can understand your de Deutsch, that you are sprechening. I'm sure you currently look like the guy in the photo I just posted. That's your current look. Excuse me. Oh man, I love these memes. No, it doesn't make it a safe stock, but you can't be listed on the Nasdaq unless you have, I think it's $100 million in assets. So it means you're a lot less risky, right? But look at AMC. AMC has billions in assets, right? And they were about to go bankrupt, which would make their share price go to zero, essentially. It's not 100% true, but just pretend it is. So it doesn't mean anything other than it's a lot more positive than an OTC company. It means it'll be easier for them to get capital, more money will flow in, the volume will be higher. Whether they survive or not is up to them, but at least things are better. You're playing in a better world. So, if you currently own shares in it, I don't know how you get transferred over, but now would be the time to pile in, right? OTC is dangerous because there's less regulation. Because it's deregulated per se, you can essentially make up a bullshit company that doesn't do anything, doesn't report financials, takes everyone's money and disappears, right? Obviously, this company is not the case, but if they decided that they wanted to do that, there wouldn't be any legal repercussions, right? They don't have to follow NASDAQ rules. But then once you get into the NASDAQ rules, um, then there's legal repercussions, or at least NASDAQ repercussions, right? They'll hunt you down, or they force you to be so transparent that somebody else will find out you're lying before you actually decide to lie, or something like that, right? But then that doesn't stop Enron and doesn't stop all of the frauds, right? But it's just makes things better. OTCs are dangerous places, especially for institutionals. So much so, lots of institutionals cannot, or they have special departments that do venture, as they call it, or OTC kind of stuff. Sub $5 stocks, which I think is the minimum price. You get delisted on the NASDAQ if you can't maintain $5 or more. I don't think it's immediate, but I think it goes against you in the court of NASDAQ law. These are their stories. Boom, 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 boom. Mm, mm. Oh yeah. Well, with crypto, there's no regulation on crypto, right? You're just giving them money. There's no law that says they have to do anything. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still debating if I want to make an OTC company or maybe I want to make my own crypto and then basically make it so people can buy shares in my existence. No, it'd be just a Justin Foundation. I kind of like the OTC route, but there's a $10,000 entry fee basically. But I just realized I could leverage my not-for-profit and I could put it on the OTC. So instead of people donating to my bank account, they can buy shares and they get rewarded for my growth. So I'm like, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll pimp myself out as a company. So when I make it big in Hollywood, and I finally see the bright lights of what the hell is it? Not Tennessee, Nashville, and I'm up on that stage singing my heart out, then everyone that helped me get me there gets rewarded. Now the downside is I lose about 15% of all my hard-earned gains. But on the upside is people are dumping money on me so I can actually achieve those hard-earned gains. So that's the trade-off. But I'm doing what I love, and I don't care if I get paid. But I need money to do what I love. So I think it works out for me. Because I don't give really shit about money. I don't really care. But obviously I live in a world that's driven by money. So if I want to do something, I have to pay. So, yeah. Anyways, Neato burritos. Might be something this channel will have its own OTC ticker eventually. But I did find out a lot of the brokerages will not let you trade OTC. So there's really no point if most of us can't invest in me. And I can't even invest in myself. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, because the Nasdaq only has one company getting listed a day, right? As far as I know, I think you can choose to not have a huge public setup. So then we're now collapsing. We just drop down. I'm gonna extend my stop loss just for a little bit more. Okay, a little bit more. Okay, nope. I'm out. Yeah, because I'm like, that's the middle piece. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah. GME. Oh, I disabled those temporarily. So yeah, GME starting to teeter. Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen when GME goes to nuclear annihilation. Wonder. But no, I think GME's dragging us down. Well, it's on a slope. We went horizontal. So if you add these two lines together, right? So if I drag this guy here, and I drag this guy here, we're kind of the net sum of these two. Kind of. It's not exactly 50-50. The GME technically weighs more on us than the Dow, but the GME has less volume than the Dow, So when the GME goes slow, volume-wise, then the Dow takes over for us. So it's not exactly 50-50. Let's see, their volume kind of picked up a little bit. This is just null. The bottom one's probably 100 shares. Yeah, it's 100 shares. So this is basically nothing, no volume. But there's been a spike up here because it's the top, and now we're getting a spike of volume, if you will, because we're trending down. Or they are, not me. Ooh, that was just the auto. I was like, whoa, red across my screen. Okay. Whoops. So, nothing to write home about. So, our breakdown point is 10:03 here. This is our scale, this one here. So, we haven't broken down yet. I may have sold my short position a little early, taking a 0.5% loss that I didn't need to do. But safety first, I guess. I'll win it back. Just read a prayer post about not being a paper-handed bitch. So there's a Reddit post promoting the idea that the squeeze is coming and this is the time to swing, because we've been consistently over the 879 floor. It's like fucking 2 months ago, and they're looking for an 1082 breakout. And his stop loss is at 831. That is a huge spread. Well, if it goes below 831, I'll get out of the market. Yeah, I would say so. It's cataclysmic if we go under 831 again. And if we go under 866, I would be shitting bricks. And then he's like, well, if it goes up to almost 11, we probably will break out. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Because if we go up to 11, we're up $2. But what's the time frame on this, right? I guess he's going long, long, long. Basically, if it doesn't crash into oblivion, then he's buying now. I don't know when he got in. I wouldn't buy at 10 and let it go to 8. That's a lot of loss. Because he thinks the upside is 82 cents. And then the breakout. That seems weird. But anyways, dumb post, but hilarious. At least for me. Fintel's broken. Alright, I want to see this Mortal Kombat. The Battle of Zero Shorts available. So, how many? 3 hours ago. They really think 10:01 was a huge fight. It lasted what? Less than 20 minutes. Oh, Reddit. This is why I have to take breaks from you. Ah, there we go. There's a photo we can all get behind. Yeah. So I'm looking at a Reddit post right now that someone's quoting Twitter, and basically it's like, oh, the CEO, Chris Andrews, bought 64,000 shares. So he basically took on a position of $640,000, right? And go look at his account, and we're bullish on AMC because we like the stock. It's like this: he took out a $640,000 position because the stock is doing better, and then he uses that to promote himself through another account because he's a man of the people. Well, then why didn't he buy when it was 8 or 7 or 5, right? Fucking garbage. Plus, they're calling him a whale, but that's only $500,000. That's not a friggin' whale. That's like most people with a retirement savings account. Sad pandas. You're worshipping false idols. Yeah. I want somebody that comes in with $1 billion, buys out all the float. That is a god. Good job, Howard. Good job. I want to see some Mortal Kombat posts. Come on, Reddit, you're disappointing me. Someone just got a license plate 801 hold. God. Okay, so that's why no one's talking about it. Yeah, our fancy newspaper in Canada just said it was stupid as shit. But I was really hoping. Guess the hope isn't there. Now it looks like Trey made another post to boost people's spirits. He's thinking about his fans. Well, I wish him a recovery. Whatever's going down on Sesame Street. Buy to open. And all these option traders are like, I'm with you guys. Unless you own shares, you're just an option trader. You're the definition of a trader. You're not an investor. No. Everyone wants to be a part of the monkey crew, the ape gang. But you gotta earn it. Actually, this is a good one right here. That's basically what I say every day. It's like, just be one with the matrix. It's a 5%. Whatevs. When it's 30, wake me up. Oh, it's gonna be a slow day. It looks like the volumes are pretty high in the bid ask, but it's not translating into stock momentum. C'est la vie. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your post there, Austin. So to answer your question, Austin, if you're still here, yes, it's kind of. I don't know if I would bet against Dodge, but Dodge should deflate from its height, but I haven't been following it. AMC is in a recovery pattern, so it's on its way up. It's just a matter of when. So if your Dodge is going to go up before AMC is going up, then Dodge is the better bet, right? Like there's plenty of stocks that are a better bet than AMC today, but in the long term, we know where AMC is going, so it's safer, right? We don't have to worry about it going down to 4. We just have to worry about, is it going to go up fast enough, or should we pick a different horse? But we're all committed, so that worry doesn't exist. So that's really the balance. It's not a matter of if, but when. So I would recommend AMC pretty much to anyone. If you can't afford any loss or you can't afford to wait, I may not recommend AMC, even though I'm not supposed to recommend to anyone, because you might have a little bit of down before you get up. So you got to play for your risk, whatever risk you got. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. Slow day for concurrent viewers. We're at 34 today. Let's take a look at the analytics for this. So we dipped down hard around when I was making pasta. And now we're back. Oh, we're doing pretty good. We're back up to 38. Excellent. Good. Good to have some people here. 333 playbacks. So we're actually getting more clicks today, which is cool. Hit the likes. It's good stuff. All right. Yeah, so I guess time for maybe I'll fire up some space engineers. I was playing in a creative mode the other night, and I basically made like a platform that was nothing but explosives, and then I took it up to space and just detonated it and watched all the pieces rain back to Earth. I was like, that's pretty fun. I looked up how to do the AMC theaters last night as well. The theater screens and the AMC I don't know, theater. Guess it's space theater. That would be what you would call it. And it's not that easy. So what I would have to do is what I thought I would have to do is I have to break down a video file into frames like a GIF and then play them back on a delay. So I'd swap out a texture and just have like 50 textures, swap them out every second, and then you'd have 50 frames of the film, right? Enough to get something going. There is some cool code that does have video rasterization. So they do have, you can upload a video and it will play it. But I think, to have a movie, I could do a small video clip, but it would just bog out everybody's download when they try to join the server. So I'm thinking I might look into the code. I mean, I'm a software programmer, so I might be able to even just code a link to YouTube. So if there's a way to put a browser, I could just do a quick URL, skin the browser, throw it in there. If there's not, then maybe there's a way to, just serve up textures, just like I said in the beginning. So I'll go and write that code or something. Anyways, it's fun. Gonna figure out how to make a movie theater on Mars. Let's get some lemons. Get some action going. This one failed. I'll get rid of that. GME hasn't gone nuclear. S&P's going up, Nasdaq's going up. Not bad, not bad. You talking about Mivis as in the stock? Almost everyone here is AMC. Generally. There's some people with calls in GameStop and Tesla. Yeah, no. Mivis is the current hype stock. I think I saw come across my bow a couple days ago. Yeah, we're all long-term holders of AMC for the most part. Or at least the people that are in here daily. Get all walks of life. Yeah, it's all good. It's not. We're not going to judge you for not being AMC. It's not a crime. But yeah, I can't speak for everyone, but perhaps somebody does have Mivis. I'm just saying the likelihood is probably low. All right. I think this couch is comfy. I was going to play Space Engineers, but I think comfy couch is much more appealing. It looks like a copy and paste, Mr. Overkill. So what you have to do is just go take the 60K to 50K, do the delta, and times that against your 1K. So quick math. Yeah, 60 goes to 120 and 50 goes to 100. So it's a delta of 20%. Yeah. No, I can't do the math, but I just quickly did. Quick math. Yeah, you can't do the math so well. It came out as ath. Yeah, that's the kind of people we attract here. Just the highest quality degenerates. Stutter. Ah, nice. That's an easy way to do it. Yeah, because the 60% becomes 100. Oh, that's a nice way of doing it. So you get the delta, and then instead of dividing against 100 to get per cent, you're getting per 60, which then gives you a per cent. Yeah, because the 60 becomes 100. That's good. Where I would just shift the 60 into an 100, then do the division, but that's faster. I like it. It's crafty. Are we going down or going up? I cannot see. Sideways. Going sideways. Oh, nope, we might be going down. 1 o'clock, coming up on 1 o'clock. 2 minutes to 1 o'clock. Let's take on a short position once this breaks through the lemons. If it breaks through the lemons. What's our volume? So we managed to gain 1.5 million volume in the last hour. So a little bit more volume than between 10 and 11, or 10 and noon. This is a little bit bigger, but overall not as good as here. This one got us 10 million by 10 o'clock. So that's pretty good. And then here to 12 was basically another 5 million, not even 2 million, and then 1 million here. So sad pandas. Woo. It's flapping its wings. It's flying. Woof. Backstop with the math. We better keep this guy around. Whenever we get hard questions, we'll be like, Mr. Backstop? Pretty good. Always said if I had a mathematician just follow me around, I'd be unstoppable. At least, like, in negotiations and stuff. IR, good engineer. Yeah. You misspelt R. It's just a capital R. IR, good. Yep. That's good. Yeah, I let the computer do all the work for me. I'm a very bad software engineer. Or, sorry, I'm a good software engineer, but I'm a bad math guy. So I attack problems visually and psychologically versus a math-based solution, which lends to very creative solutions, but they're sometimes needlessly complicated, where you could simplify it if you knew math. But in that case, you're just regurgitating what somebody spent a lifetime to figure out, where I'm trying to pull stuff out of my ass from nothing. So I don't feel too bad when someone hits me with a mathematical solution. But yeah, give me a real hard one, like, how can we survive on Mars? It's like, your math won't save you now. Where's your mathematical god now? This is a constant debate we always have at work. Yeah, exactly. You got it. That's why military fights in a squad. It's not just one person. Partly so that the mission gets completed even when like 10 people die. But number two is that you can rely on the strengths of the individuals around you, so you don't have to do everything. And that is important. And then when the enemy rolls up with 6 people and you roll up with 1, it's not going to be a fun fight. Good stuff. I don't want to click that. What? Nope. God damn, man. Just delete. Why every time I go to click, my hand shakes? There we go. Perfect. So we're trending against the bottom, but it's not Grimm's yet. So it's unlikely we'll get any higher today. So we're not going over 10.15. But Dow's still going up, and so is this the end of the month? No, this is the second last week. Okay, so I still got one more week. All right. So next week will be pretty good. Monday we'll see the best that the week has to offer. Tuesday will be probably blah. Wednesday, Thursday we might get a second wind. Then we're back to a sell-off on Friday. And then one more week after that is earnings. So in 3 weeks is earnings on Monday. So not bad. So we're about 3 weeks out. We'll be 2 weeks out next Monday. Maybe I'll go up to the cottage for May. Eh. Yeah, I'll still have internet and I'll still be stock trading. But if I do go up to the cottage though, then I wouldn't be doing a daily stream. Because why sit in front of a computer? Although I guess I could just leave it running and have it upload. Oh, is their internet good enough for that? No, I don't think their internet's good enough for that. Oh, that would suck. Okay, I guess I have to stay here. do, 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 do. Okay, so we staved off the bottom. GME is getting close to their bottom again. The real bottom is a bit more. We'll see. I'll have to save my ring of fire for another day. Yeah, or a Cybertruck that drives around at the bottom of the screen. Spinning Cybertruck GIF. Yeah. Yes to both. Nice. Good times. Well, we're holding, but nothing eventful. But good you came back relevant. Yeah, well, it's sideways as shit here, so yeah, we're just chilling like a villain. Yeah, it's all good. Enjoy your nap. Yeah, I don't think much is going to happen. Yeah, we'll try to stave off nuclear Armageddon. Oh, I found Jay Cedar. We haven't seen him in a while. He made a post about us. I was just trolling Reddit to see if I'm mentioned anywhere.
Uh-oh. Oh, the raccoons are hungry. Let me feed them. Okay. All right, just a second. Oh, here you go, buddy.
The hell is this? Oh, this is the guy that loves raccoons. He just makes videos about raccoons on everything. Oh, there's a whole... He's still going at it. That was like a year ago. Got an entire thing for Ottawa raccoons. Jeez. He made it in 2019 and it's still going. Neat. those lemons moved. There we go. Oh, that's a big drop. What's that? 6. Okay, that's not too bad. We just had a large breakdown. Not too bad. Just our volume's too low. So we're collapsing. So we went dead, and that's enough. Now let's see if the market or if the GME follows suit. We're going to get more and more sell-off, of course, closer we get to the end of the day, but oh man, this volume's garbage. Wonder if we'll see some pushback though. We should see some green push it back. If we don't, then it's going to tumble some more. It was terrible for a second. Still watching it. I'm just seeing if these guys are going to move, but they've gone dead. This is starting to show a deflection down, but it's like the whole stock's in slow-mo right now. Ugh. Well, we had a good amount of people going into 1 o'clock and a slow stock killed our membership. And we got 24 people right now, not bad. A lot higher a minute ago. Sad pandas. Yeah, I. Is it raccoons? Do you have raccoons in your stock? Safely check your raccoon or rabies levels today. Yeah. So when we broke that, I guess there was some support line there. Or maybe somebody just hit the sell button really big. Because there's no follow through from either side, buyers or sellers. The buyers did bring it back up about 70%. Then the sellers brought it to 50% of the red. And we know stocks don't like being at the 50% mark. Except somehow we're like frozen. We're stuck here. But I think it's because the 50% mark is 10. So we're stuck on the psychological 10. It's probably what's going on. And 10 is the dividing line between green and red, which changes the algorithms of any trading robot that might exist. So that would cause further I don't know, stock fixation, anchoring. So because usually the robots know what to do leading up to the point, but they don't know what to do when it's on the point. And then they switch when they go over the point. Kind of like a divide by zero problem. If you're neutral, how do you, your math doesn't work because it's zero essentially. The buying volume's picking up. We need this stock to take up so I can get a new microphone so belts can get off my back. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Go left. No, your other left. Yeah. Well, the buyers are showing a little bit of strength. You can see in the buy ask. There's definitely demand to get to 0.1. Now we're at 0.1. So we just need to solidify. Yeah, look at those numbers. They're picking up. So now we just need to solidify 10.02. All these kiddos with their buy limits. Drop those market orders. Get us up and over. Holy crap. What is this? Buy limit versus buy limit? We're not moving, and there's like 3,000 shares on both sides. Come on. Ah. Yeah, I forgot today was Friday. Right. there's going to be a little bit of manipulation to keep it at 10. Right. Yeah. Well, Fridays are usually always negative sell because anybody that's day trading doesn't want to hold over the weekend, right? And pay margin over the weekend. But our volume is piss, so it's obviously not being heavily day traded. Or if it is, it's small fish, very small fish. But that would make sense why, 31,000 contracts isn't a ton. That's what, 3.2 million? So, I mean, that's still a lot, but not a metric ton. Oh, whoa. Wow, 500K, eh? Neat. For now, yeah, for now, at least Bitcoin's up. All right, let's see it, etc. Let's see it. So, what's the basis for that call? All the options are going to be exercised, or is it just you? You're going to drop a bomb on the market? So they're going to try to shake them out? Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's an all sort of thing, but yes, it's the same thing with stock traders. Within the last hour, they start doing the cleanup, start closing bad positions. And if you don't want to close the position, they margin call you and murder you before 4 o'clock. Yeah. Yep, good call. But yeah, you can see look at the stock volume on the right there. The amount of sells, 5,100. We've been doing like 800, 400 all day. Yeah. Well, there is some action going on with they're basically duking it out, but it's low volume duke out. It's like I guess two grandmas fighting it out. So I can bring this up since we're not going anywhere fast. Okay. But the whole market's gone sideways. GME's sideways, the Dow's sideways. The only body that's winning is the Nasdaq, up 1.5. Nasdaq's doing great. But here, I'll leave this chart up so we can watch the numbers duke it out. But yeah, look at the numbers that show up just above. They're just coming in with heavy, heavy numbers compared to the buyers. Oh, I see what you're saying, Cedra. So they're timing it so that they lie to the robot overlords that are doing the automatic margin calls. So they try to shake them out by doing a temporary push on the price action. Yeah, that's valid. That's what happens when you play it too tight. You get dinged. Good. Good call. Oh, we're just waiting for this to do a thing. 3.4 thousand versus 1.3. They're just dumping. 5.96. There's a lot of selling sitting there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's legal manipulation. Just have to hope you know the robot, hope it responds the right way. Else you're just out a whole bunch of money. But it's part of the game, right? And now that you know people are going to try to manipulate you. Oh, finally. Did we just break through? Yeah, I think we did. Look at that volume. Girl, look at that volume. Yeah, do the thing. We got good volume now. Oh, got great volume now. Unfortunately, it's mostly selling volume. Well, that was short-lived. And those numbers on the selling side are huge. They're fives, sixes, sevens. We don't normally see that kind of numbers. Or at least not lately. $1.4. Oh, we're through. Nice. Okay, so we're through. It looks like we've chewed through all that. Wow, that's a lot of shares, which is why the volume went up. We chewed through all those sell blocks. Not to say they won't reappear, but looks like we got rid of whoever they are. Now are we frozen? No. That 1.9 should push upwards. But these must be mostly buy limits and not markets. If they were market, we'd be just flying up. People in their damn limit calls. And we should be going up again. 0.5. Come on, 0.5. Oh, sellers are kicking back a little. We're pushing back. We defeated the counter-offensive. And can we lock it in? Lock in the 0.5. Nope. Oh, maybe. The buyers are pushing. The buyers are winning. Yeah, we're crushing the red. Yay. And we're up. Going to 0.6. All right. Give it a second. We'll be at 0.6. Yeah, we're gonna have to put the funeral to next week for GME, it looks like. I mean, 3 o'clock could get it, but then even if it does tank at 3 o'clock, it only has an hour to crash, right? So the damage will be limited, unless it goes into the after hours. I mean, if a stock really wants to go nuclear, it's going to go nuclear. Okay, it looks like the buyers are winning now. Oh, we might finally be free. Hooray! After like 2 hours of, we're getting some action. Really shitty, but action nonetheless. We'll have to reschedule the dancing Ugandan coffin people. I'll have to make a meme for when GME dies. It's just AMC dancing. You got it. If no one's selling, how does the price go down? Oh, it's market manipulation by the hedge fund space laser illuminati. Oh, that's it. Yep. Just keep on moving that goalpost. Alright, let's get... This can be my corporate logo. Some weird logo with lemons in all directions or something. Like... something like that, I don't know. I guess I could just do the flower shape. Doesn't look like shit. No, it's not that one. This one. There we go. Awesome, so I can't put it in between. Oh, that's as good as it gets. Well, it looks like we're winning. The buyers are winning. So it's a little risky, but you could do a long position here. So we should have a break up around 10:10. So real soon, actually. Oops. I'm gonna do a long position at 09. See how this plays out. There's your breakout. Finally. Make some more coin. Fuck, that was so boring. And thank you for all that stayed in the channel during that wonderful period. We lost about 20 people, but those that survived, you're stronger for it. Oh, this is why I highly recommend a nice blanket with your AMC dollars and a comfy couch. Just put me up on the TV on a low volume and have a nap or two. And if you hear me panicking, that's when you bust out your brokerage. Because that's what I'm doing right now. Let's see. Starting to show weakness. Selling volume's huge. So we're in the process of a breakout. So we get about 2 minutes of positive energy. So it's going to take a lot for them to push us down. But they are definitely sending us at a lot. So Can we do it? We're barely holding on. Well, 10:01's over. We went through it multiple times. 10's just a support line. The Battle of 10:10. That's today. Gotta get through the fucking 10:10. There we go. Just kick them in the nuts. All right. Oh yeah. Now, huge number in the buys and 0 in the sells. We're going up. Come on, stock market. Crush that resistance. Hear the lamentation of their women driven beneath you. $15 end of day. Oh, sorry, I laughed a little too hard on that one. Oh my god, how are we not moving? It's 2,000 shares versus 78. What the fuck is going on? It must be a huge limit order on our side, on the buy side. The fuck is this? There you go. There you go. Look, now someone did a market order. We're crushing them. There we go. See, there's no resistance. Run them over. There we go. The fuck was that? Oh, we're coming in with the 1-2 punch. No, that's real. The only thing you have to remember is that the stock market is executing trades like 1,000 a second, right? So we're seeing, or like 1,000,000 a second, or something ridiculous, right? 100,000, whatever. So we're seeing a per second snapshot. So if the numbers don't move, it means for that whole bazillion of time, either lots of things happened and we ended up at the same number, or nothing happened, right? So we're just seeing snapshots, right? But it gives you a general sense. Like when we were stuck with 2 on our side and they had 78, that's ridiculous. And so that must have been there's a limit order on our side and nobody wanted to buy any higher. And then you saw as soon as it flipped, it went boom, 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 because it's crushing the opposition, if you will. Somebody dumped it. But anyways, yeah, the numbers are just relative anyways. It's just showing relative strength, which is why I kind of like the fact that they do the highlighting. So you can look at the sell and see that we are 50% stronger, right? You can judge who's winning and how much are they losing. It's good. Yeah. Because see, you go, well, we're 104 or 1.4 and they're 900. We should crush them. The answer is kind of yes, but those numbers, sellers could come in. There could have been like 10 million in the background, right? And we didn't see it. You just didn't see it because it was so fast. So anyways, keep that in mind. Elsinore brew? I don't know what an ATC is. Yeah. Anyways, so now we're going to punch up. Yeah, the relative strength of us is quite strong. They've been only giving us minimal opposition. So, forwards until rich or dawn, whichever one comes first. Okay. We don't do that. Our college assessment test is basically each college assesses you, but as long as you pass grade 12 with okay marks, that's good enough. So, good to go. Definitely wait on the Lambo. We're not we're not out of the woods yet. As we get closer to the end of the day, selling power is going to ramp up, right? So everybody's going to want to beat each other to the end, get out before they get out, and there'll be a rush to the exit, right? Or we could get really lucky and they'll gas it. So McGill's a university, a little different than a college, but a university would look at your scores and offer you admission based on it. So your scores would just be your how much you did in grade 12. Sometimes for some courses, they'll have a special admission test because the demand is so high that even if you have A pluses, they want to get the best of the best. But it's not a generalized test. Every university or college would have their own version specific for that course. But generally, to get into a college or university, it's just based off of your last year's course, generally. Yeah. Or last year's, whatever. Our universities are not that exclusive. They just want to make sure that you don't ruin their averages. It's all good. It's all good. Yes, some of our more prestigious universities like Waterloo and McGill, um, if you want to get into, say, Waterloo engineering, right, you would have to probably write a huge test to prove that your marks you got in high school are valid. And then the same with McGill. They'd probably test your French ability because, French people are asses, you know, when it comes to language at least. And then by French people, I mean the Quebec French are asses when it comes to language and cultural identity. And then, yeah, so sociology, politics. What else is McGill? I think they have something in linguists as well, languages. But anyways, you'd probably have to write a test to apply for that one as well. But if you took like the Bachelor of Arts at McGill, you could just get in, you know. And no one cares about what school you went to, um, for the most part. If you're like, oh, engineering at Waterloo, that would maybe mean a little bit more, but it's not. It's no Harvard or Yale or Oxford or whatever, right? But it's sure better than the University de Columbia. So, yeah, yeah. So we're now duking it out for the great battle of 1010. We marched into enemy territory, and now we're being pushed back. Perhaps I don't know much about Harvard or the Ivy Leagues outside of movies and American culture, right? I've never tried to apply. I know, what is it, Caltech and Concordia. Those ones people laugh. Yeah, I would say that's adequate. Yeah, yeah. McGill is probably one of our better, more like Hofty it's nothing too amazing, but they at least try, right? Like it's worth it. Just like Queen's University in Kingston is a decent school. It's very progressive. It was one of the first universities in the Western world to allow women to teach. It's very progressive, and they've kept with it, and it's a nice campus, and the town's not bad. Um, so yeah, there is a little bit of clout, that airiness, that historical significance. I mean, Harvard helped define the American landscape. Princeton, same thing. Caltech has, ushered out some of the most important minds. It's like part of it is just luck, and another half of it is because they're actually good at what they do, to some extent, right? So yeah, yeah, there you go. Yeah, Queens is good. I mean, most Canadian universities are kind of relaxed. I mean, there's no uniform like you'd see it, like Harry Potter style. There's no. Some of the universities have really old buildings, which are awesome because they're like wall to wall wood, and it's so cool to be somewhere where a famous person, went to school and they sat there in like the 1900s, right? Like, I mean, that's probably nothing new for Europeans, but for Canadians, we're young, we're 150 years old, right? So, no, that's pretty cool. Yeah, well, is that Hong Kong University? Because that would make sense. Um, yes, the Gill kids would be insufferable. I could see it. Yeah, especially if they're French, like hardcore French. Yeah, Queens, they're in the middle of Ontario, kind of. They're much more down to earth. Yeah. Yep. You got it. That's stereotypes are not fake. They come from a point of reality, right? You just have to don't paint everybody with the same brush, but yeah, your surroundings dictate who you are. So if you surround yourself with opinionated language police, then you start to become that, right? And it shows. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's cool stuff. Yeah. As much as Canada's really big, it's dense or sparsely populated. So our culture is very easy to figure out. You just need to know the province and then or the city, and then you've got the culture. Because it's like either it's Toronto, Niagara, St. Catharines, Kingston, Montreal, Quebec City. There's tons of things around all those, but they're all going to be very similar. Or there's going to be so little people, it's insignificant if their culture is weird. For example, Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, is Trailer Park Boys, whereas Sydney and Halifax is going to be more like uh, a happy-go-lucky fisherman kind of deal. So, yeah, Dartmouth is just outside of Halifax, and it's kind of like the outskirts, if you will, the far outskirts. But every city always has their no-go area. So Toronto, it's Oshawa, or Scarborough, Mississauga, the Saga, Brampton, Browntown. Um, you know, you got that kind of lore. But if you just said Toronto, they're all pretty much the same. They all have that same metropolitan view. They're worldly, somewhat, but they're city dwellers. So they're kind of like people from New York City or maybe people from LA, where they're all stuck in their own little world kind of deal. That kind of mentality. Whereas if you go to the rurals, the farmers, they're stuck in their own world because they don't know about the broader world, but they tend to be more um, broad, like because they're not focused on their problems. They have less to worry about. So as much as they're simpler, they're also more diverse. If you get, or they have a wider sense of what's around them because everything's so spread out. They know about the cities around them, or they know about all the little towns around them because they don't have to worry about what's happening in their neighborhood. I guess that's the best way to explain it. Whereas like you could say people live and die in New York City, Manhattan, and they know about Hell's Kitchen or Tribeca, and that's it. Like 12 blocks is their entire life, all they travel, right? And it's like, holy shit. Like, how do you? I can walk farther than that within an hour, but people do it. They just live in this tiny little block, right? Or villages in China, or I guess Hong Kong is like that as well. Japan's definitely like that. You live within 10 blocks. You never go more than five blocks in any direction. It's like, oh my God, how do people do that? How do you do that? Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, Canadians are not quite like that. Maybe people from Toronto or uh, Edmonton or any of our capital-ish cities, provincial capitals, but uh, Canadians in general try to be a little worldly. But we come in all different shapes and forms, right? So, anyways, but good. At least you had an okay experience with our, I don't know what they would be called, foreign exchange students, our exported rapscallions. Hong Kong University would have been interesting. Definitely want to visit Hong Kong once China tones down the bullshit. Right now, I mean, minus the pandemic, I can't travel to Hong Kong from Canada because they're afraid that we would start a riot or instigate. You have to get a special permit to visit Hong Kong or the um, place where the Uyghurs are. Because it's like, oh, you can visit China, but you can't visit the place where we're committing human rights abuses because, that old chestnut. So eventually I'll be able to visit Hong Kong. Yeah, it really is. Yeah. I just want to see it. Yeah. I like how Hong Kong, though, all the girls I've met from Hong Kong have been financials, and they're all super smart, and they're all really good at what they do, and super beautiful, tall, long legs. Like, them Hong Kong ladies. Yeah. And most of them are rich as shit. So it's like, not a bad place to scope out the ladies. Oh, yeah. Well, mainland China, it's like, if America was friendly to, or if America was less friendly to Canada, it'd be the same thing. If they came in and started punching us around or policing us, it's exactly the same. The big old China's just shitting the shit on Hong Kong. Hong Kong is progressive and democratic and advanced, and then mainland China is the Soviet Union from 1991, pretending to be advanced, basically painting over everything and hiding all their problems so that they can show off how great they are, so they don't have a civil war. And then it's like, Hong Kong is miles past you, which is why they want it, because Hong Kong is like the financial capital of that part of the world. Between Hong Kong and Shanghai, pretty much all of China's GDP is right there. Well, Guangzhou is also pretty important, um, which is basically the old, the fuck was it called? Catan? I think is its old name. Yeah, Catan. No, Canton. It was Canton. Guangzhou is Canton. And that's like back when the British and them were shipping opium and all that. So those are really well developed, old school heritage parts of the world, just like Singapore. And so they're all super valuable. But mainland China was farmers until basically after World War II. And then they're now rushing to become modern. They got a lot of cool stuff, but it's really a lot of it is just a paint job. So, yeah. Eh, I wouldn't say our laws don't change. You know, what would be an extreme left law, right? So, yeah, GME is inflecting. You're right, and we're still going up. Uh, yeah, GME is the blue line. If you're just tuning in, this blue line is GME, and this is the Dow. So we're watching all of them on one screen, and this green is my current bet. But yeah. Do. Yeah. So it looks like we might. And 2 o'clock wasn't a downer, so I don't know who that is, but let's hope he's great. Yeah. Yeah, if you haven't been following us all day, then yeah, those lines are probably confusing. But yeah, the blue line's GME, so we can keep an eye on it. Since we're AMC's price is a combination of the Dow, which is the larger market, and GME. No, that sign, the no shitting or spitting, is everywhere in China. Because it's because you have peasants, literal peasants, like medieval peasants, now all of a sudden going into cities because China's trying to densify them, but they're still shitting and spitting. And, we're talking about zero education kind of deal, right? So it's going to take about 2 generations to educate that out, breed it out, if you will. But China's only been a country since 1960 kind of deal. So, they've been around for bazillions of years. There is educated and beautiful parts of China, right? But the vast majority have been neglected for quite a while. So, oh yeah, but they wouldn't need to write it in Canto. Hong Kongers wouldn't be shitting in the streets, right? So it's not for them. Yeah. Beijing Airport has signs saying "Please don't spit," and you just see people horking everywhere on the floor. And then some poor East Indian lady comes around and mops it up. Are you talking about American taxes? I mean, Americans barely pay any taxes, so. But I agree not taxing the stock market. Just go after those big businesses. Leave our fine capital gains alone. Whenever my name wakes up, she'll be very pleased. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bit of a large political debate. All right, we can get rid of this since we're going to keep winning, as one Charlie Sheen would say. Winning. Holy fuck, that was such a boring from 12:30 to 1:30. God. Um I like I like how Trump was, the man of the people, but he's a buffoon, and you shouldn't have any of those people in elected politics. It's nice that he kind of spoke from the heart, which is nice, but realistically, there was no education or IQ behind it, right? It was just like, I'm speaking from the heart. Well, that's good, but you're retarded. So generally, he threw America back into the Stone Age. Some people like it because he spent a lot of money on defense and he, cut through a lot of bullshit. But it's like saying Hitler was great because he was a dictator and he did whatever was best for Germany. It's like, well, yeah, but what's best for Germany, air quote, isn't really what's best for Germany, right? So, for the most part, I'd give him like a 2 out of 10 on the presidential scale and like a -50 on the human being scale. That's pretty much my view on him. So, but I didn't get to enjoy his, you know, love. Now, if Mitch McConnell could die, that would be great. Fucking talking turtle. That guy needs to go. God, what a two-faced piece of crap that guy is. Not to mention like Ted Cruz and Mitt Romney is a questionable guy. I think he's getting a little bit better, but yeah, just the whole talking heads have to go. If you're not going to do anything for the American people, then just go die. Go somewhere and just roll up and die. So, yeah, yeah. But the Republicans are based on helping corporations, right? So he's not going to die because he has the backing of big supporters, right? And he's helping rich people stay rich, which keeps him in power. So, okay. But, uh, you know, it would be nice to see the Republic go back to being kind of the Republic, for the people, et cetera, et cetera. So, ooh, Tom War, let's do it. 1039. Let's get money for Tom War. Gives me something to cheer for. Since we're finally going up. We're the house of the rising stock. Yeah. Yeah. I have to remember that when I market this. It's essentially a podcast and your visual is a stock where you make money. Yep. I've always said being a stockbroker is the perfect life. You just hang around with friends. Like if you guys were all in Canada in Ottawa, we'd all be having a barbecue right now, and I would just have a 50-inch television. We'd go to Walmart. Sorry, buy a 75-inch shitty television at Walmart and just have this up on the screen. And then you can just sit, play games, whatever, you know, play some whatever, and as long as somebody's watching the chart, we can all take turns watching the chart, and then we're done. That's your day. We walk away $6,000 richer. It's perfect life. Yeah, yeah. It's what I do at work, or used to do at work. Yeah, it's a capitalistic utopia. And see, you don't have to feel bad because AMC's doing the hard work for you, but they're also taking your hard-earned money that you got from gambling. So it's like they do their job, you do yours, and everyone wins in a capitalist utopia. Except for that poor bastard that bought your covered call and it expired worthless. But we'll forget about the little guy in a capitalist utopia. Everything is perfect. Nice. And I approve this message. When is it? It's 12, or 12. It's 2:12. So I don't know why we're dropping. It's probably just retraction from going up. So we're at about 30% retraction, so that's not bad. Again, you want to avoid the 50% mark, or at worst, 70 or more. So we're good. We'll make an S shape, and if we do, so if we go right back up to 1034, 1033, we'll basically go off like a rocket, and that's going to be so good. Tomorrow can't be the squeeze backstop. I mean, a 3% green is going to cause a squeeze. I've seen rarer stuff. Oh, jeez. Well, at least this channel's getting good visibility today. We got 451 people came and visited us throughout today. Most of our OG crowd came in. That was good. We're picking up. Spread the love. No, I know, Backstop. I know. It's always tomorrow. Even when tomorrow is Saturday. Yep. Hopefully we'll get some new subs today. Maybe get a nice vegetarian. Maybe a couple of meatballs. Yep. Yeah, we'll grow this community day by day. One sub at a time. Yep. Now it's just to get all your subs to show up. Yeah. But we can cross that bridge when Submageddon happens. I'm like, what would be the critical point? I was trying to stall there. I'm like, what would be bad for a sub? A Russian commander? A US hunter killer? Running out of cheese? Dozens. Yes, there is. Dozens. Yeah, wait until this group gets into the thousands. Then the chat's gonna be pretty good. Because I think that's my near-term goal, is getting the chat up to AMC live chat levels. That'll be nice. Even if a little bit of spam, but just to get the energy, especially when it gets slow. We can just have a nice little podcast and just something to fill the time. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Yeah, because also the moderators will share my viewpoint that we've evolved, and they'll enforce it, which is good. Yeah. Does YouTube actually have paid subscriptions for people? I don't know the ins and outs of YouTube monetization. It's not my thing. I just know at 1,000 I can monetize, which is probably ads. And then maybe super chat and subscriptions open up as well. But that's not really the goal, although it'd be awesome to be able to buy AMC shares. Oh, well, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's not a YouTube subscription. That's just patron. Yeah. If you want to do a monthly, there's where, Jer. If you want to do a monthly donation to me, I have the means to do it, but it's not what I'm here for. I appreciate it, Daryl. But to me, you're earning that money yourself, right? You know, it's nice if you want to donate, sure. And it's actually easy when you win a ton of money to give some because it's free money, right? I donate a lot of money when I win because it's like, haha, I'm rich. Um, but at the end of the day, you're the one pulling the trigger, so it's your money, right? It's not me, it's you. So don't feel obligated, is what I'm saying. You earned it fair and square. You took the chance, you took the risk, and it paid out. So it's your money. Mortal Kombat is sold out in theaters, and the next news article will be many fans crying. It won't be sold out tomorrow. Apparently, it's questionable. uh, yep. Well, it's good stuff. I appreciate all the love. Definitely makes sitting here staring at a chart a little bit easier. House of Cards. Spacey, why did you have to get killed by Me Too and or Grope, man? Damn it, Spacey. So good. Give me another plate of ribs. I'm feeling mighty hungry. Ugh, oh, so good. House of Cards was just because I love narration. I think being able to hear and listen to the thoughts of characters is amazing because producers and directors try to do things so nuanced. But the thing is, they're like, aha, he's moving sideways. The audience will understand that means that he was abused as a child. And you're like, the fuck? No one thinks that way, right? So it's like, there's all this crap, but when he narrates it, right, he's like, what's wrong with that guy's walk? Oh, I know. And then it makes it clear. It's like closed captioning. You don't miss the little nuances. Yeah, no, I loved House of Cards. So good. Yeah, a middle finger in the volume chart. Yeah, pretty much. Up yours, investors. Yeah, well, at least Mortal Kombat will help because we got earnings coming up on the 10th, right? So that's going to help. Is there any other new releases before May 10th? I'm just going to check. New releases. Okay, new releases. So, yeah. Bloodthirsty, Demon Slayer, Mortal Kombat, My Wonderful Wanda, The Space Between, Street Gang, or How We Got to Sesame Street, Tiny Tim, Wildcat. These are not blockbusters. None of these are blockbusters. Oh yes, Black Widow. Okay. Uh, House of Cards is good if you like intellectual or fake intellectual politics. You know, you like a character that's smart, witty, executes on a dime. You know, it's It's good. Well, and it's not even that he's witty. He's just really fucking good at what he does. Oh yeah, Space Jam. No, we're talking about before earnings. So if we got Black Widow before earnings, that's at least one potential blockbuster. I wonder if Black Widow's gonna flop. I mean, the title is basically just like girl with tits, and it's like, okay, and it's part of the larger cinematic universe, so okay. But is that going to be enough to get people out of the house? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I mean, if Mortal Kombat can sell out, Black Widow can sell out. Because Mortal Kombat would have a smaller following than Black Widow. And Black Widow will be far greater production quality. Like, there's still people that rant about Spider-Man 1 and 2. And it's like, oh my lord. Okay, it's good, but is it that good? So, yeah. Earnings will be the 10th, is our next one. It doesn't have to be exactly on the 10th, but it should be somewhere around it. I would say AMC has better potential than GME. GME has almost no potential. None that I know of. Like, their competition is so strong. GME can't beat Steam. GME is not going to beat Walmart or Amazon. So how the fuck are they going to make money? Like, it just makes no sense. You know, EA tried Origins, Ubisoft tried their own thing. Every publisher has tried to break away, and the only one that's having a little bit of skill is Epic, and even then, it's probably not doing that great. So, oh, okay. When it comes to shorting, well, any stock can be squeezed for shorting, but no, I don't think any stock, AMC or GME, has the same potential it had back in January, because now they're all worried because Reddit can turn on them on a dime, right? Where like they were sinking AMC, they were purposely, shorting the crap out of it, and then they got caught with their pants down. I would think AMC has more of a chance of going up on a squeeze, but GME is a dying horse, so short sellers are going to pile on GME because it's dying. And if GME somehow resurrects into a zombie horse, it's going to catch them all off guard and force a squeeze, right? Because GME should be dead. It should not become a zombie. Zombies don't exist, right? But that doesn't stop Reddit. They'll resurrect that thing. So there's a potential with GME for a squeeze, but it would be a small squeeze. It would be squeezing out the short term, wishing GME died. Whereas if AMC squeezed, it would be getting rid of our what the hell are they? They're from 26 to 12. Those people, I think, we haven't kicked those guys out yet. When we go to 14, we might have kicked out a little bit of the 12s, but let's just say 26 to 12. Those people that shorted in there are probably still holding. So if we can quickly get up to 26 or so, like fast, we could probably squeeze them out, and that might throw us up to 40, 50, maybe. But it's all about momentum. We're not going to squeeze anybody out at 1.9%. Or with this volume. This volume's garbage. So, yeah, the 1020 gamma speeds. Yeah. Oh, Bob's Burgers is getting a movie? Nice. Nice. It's good to see Archer's witness protection plan paying out. Your timing's off, etc. It's not 3 yet. I don't know. If you're going to call times, it's got to be 3 and 3:05. Of course, there's going to be an end of day dip. Oh, it starts at 2:30. I see. Yeah. Fast and the Furious is in the fall, isn't it? They pushed it back. All right, let's take a look. So it started at 14:10 or even earlier. It's just a bounce. So that's 14:14 and it's already bouncing. You might get a crown shape out of this. And you won't get a crown out of that. I can't get the volume. It won't let me do volume on mine. On this. Oh, you want SPY, eh? Right, you want the ETF. Right. Yeah. Is that the right one? Here we go. I was in the wrong one. There you go. Yeah, I get it. Volume's not exact. So got a spike in volume at 1400 hours. And the volume dissipated and started to ramp up till now. Now it's turning around. But I don't think that's going to hold. Interesting, though. And that correlates to this without the volume. I could swap this guy out, eh? I'll do that after hours. You're having fun just making up all these No, it's not that I don't believe in anything. It's just the probabilities, right? So I think for us, you're going to have consecutive days of heavy gains, and that may trigger a short-term short squeeze, which will then trigger the long-term short squeeze, which will give you what everyone calls a short squeeze. But we've already shaken out all the short sellers from $14 and down. Nobody is holding on to their positions that bought in at 7 or 5. At 5, they've lost all their money. They're at 100% loss, right? So we've shaken them all out. But the people that got in when we went up to 16 and 26 and all that, or the people that have been shorting for like the last 5 years, they're all still making money. So for us to get rid of them, to trigger a squeeze on them, we would have to we'd have to get back up there very quickly. And that's all I'm saying. So I don't think there's anyone really. There's obviously people short all the time, but there isn't a huge amount of people to squeeze out at these levels. Now they can argue with Fintel that we're at 100% utilization, that there's no more shares to borrow, blah 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 blah. But that doesn't really mean much. It just means that banks aren't giving out short positions, or brokerages are not borrowing or letting other people borrow, I should say. So that's what it's trying to tell you, not that a magic squeeze is coming. And in fact, if there is less shorts, then there's less of a chance to squeeze because they can't buy anymore. So all they can do is just sell, like cover. So it's not going to help a short squeeze. Like, I don't get where they think they're getting their ideas from that. Yeah. I guess what they're thinking is that there's so many shorts that basically when the squeeze starts, when it kicks off, there'll be so much that people have to get out. And then it's like, well, that's kind of valid. But if we keep going up slowly, they're just going to bleed out slowly, right? It's not going to really rocket propel us. Yeah. Or I think with VW, what really got VW is you had a lot of historic shorts, and then it dipped. So everybody piled in and doubled down. But then when it rebounded, it completely caught them off guard. And we could get something like that. Except, I mean, we have to be a lot faster, right? So if this is our rebound and we just go up like to 20 tomorrow, that would trigger a short squeeze. If we were 20 tomorrow, they wake up and they're like, holy fuck, I've lost 80% of my money. They hit the panic button. It's over. It's going to the moon, right? But what's the odds of us being 20 tomorrow? Like Monday, right? So, yeah. Anyways, you get the idea. Yeah, well, we had when we were after the squeeze, we had 1.6 billion shares in volume. It was crazy. And you could argue that our squeeze happened at the same time as GME. You can see the effects of it, right? But I don't know if that's everyone, right? Because you might have squeezed the people out. They got out and then just bought back in at the top, right? So are they actually gone? Have we shaken out the Melvins and the hedge funds, or are there some people that are still betting on the long term death of this company and they're buying up, short positions every week, increasing their strength, betting on it dying? So, but I think as time goes by and the company recovers more and more, the negativity, the idea that it's going to die becomes less and less possible, and then the shorts start reducing their positions or closing their positions because it's not economical, if that's the right word. The probabilities are not in their favor, so too risky. So see if this one holds. So if this one goes over the reds to the left, it'll boost. But that large red that it's now touching is going to give it a little bit of trouble. So we're 30, 20 minutes, 24 minutes to sour hour. Yes. Well, no. Okay, so it's twofold, Daniel. So it's the slower we go, the less chance of a squeeze. That's part one. The higher we go, the greater the chance of a squeeze. That's part two. So if we go fast and furious, it's almost guaranteed. If we just go furious but slow, it's most likely not going to trigger a squeeze. It will kick out our shorts. It's still possible, if somebody hasn't looked at their stock and they come back and they go, oh, fuck, right? And enough people do that. So we need the furious part no matter what. We have to go up. You can't have a short squeeze without going up. But the fast part is what's going to guarantee it. If you have no fast, the likelihood is low. If you have fast and furious, it's good. If you have no furious, it's not going to happen. Unless, I don't know, the stock market goes into a crash, recession, and all the shorts cover their positions because they're all going out of business. So then it looks like massive buys. That might happen, right? But then we're all fucked because even though they're buying back in, everyone else is selling to get the hell out. So that wouldn't look like a squeeze, but the volume would be insane. So, yeah. So you need fast and furious for a squeeze. F9 coming to theaters this Sunday. Yeah. Yeah. But it is still possible to have a squeeze with no fast. But it's usually, that's what you need. But I guess if you go up so slow and you never go down, they keep holding out like, oh, tomorrow will get better. Tomorrow will get better. A month goes by. Tomorrow will get better. No, really, tomorrow. And then eventually they have to bite the bullet. And that's what triggers the squeeze. Because there's all that pent up, and then the stock just goes up 5%. And then that's the kicker. And then, woof. But, which we might see a little bit of this. If we can go up a good 15% one day, because we've been in the weeds so long, we might get a little tiny squeeze. Or basically, it's going to be a bull run. But I bet some small amount of that will be short sellers getting kicked out. All the people that bought in at 11, 10, 12, 9, voting on us going down. So they're feeling the pain right now. So, and you can see that in the options, right? A lot of people are voting on AMC dying in the options. So they're all getting hosed the last 2 days. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah. And it's Vin Diesel, Dwayne Johnson, and oh, come on, John Cena. John Cena. Yeah. And in subtitles, Paul Walker rip. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much Dr. Overkill. Got it. I think so, yeah. They keep showing him in the posters. But Cena, we can't see you. Yeah. Rip Paul Walker. And since we're on the note of people dying, rip Ensign Chekhov. He got DOA'd as well, I think, in a car accident around the same time. I'm like, but who's going to say Victor? We just need that level of happiness. Yeah. So we got over the red. That's good. So now 1 more cent and we should boost up. We got really strong volume-ish. Asterisks. We have relatively strong volume, so asterisks on that one. Rip hedges, yeah. Well, that's what I'm gonna do. When I make my money, I'm gonna stand in front of an AMC and I'm gonna pour one out for the hedge funds. What are you doing? I'm just pouring one out for the hedge funds. 2021 was not a good year for them. See you, boys. Forgotten, but not missed. Oh, good. Good. I was like, my favorite food-based singer died today? Oh, and bonus points if you know where that fake laugh is from. The It comes from a certain 90s sitcom show which involves a very funny cat. Definitely one of my favorite characters on television ever. But that was his fake laugh. There's a little bit of trivia in this podcast now. It's great. Alright, so it didn't hold, but that's fine. Nope. Uh, Actually, Garfield does laugh fairly similar. So I'll give you points on that one, but it's not Garfield. Yes, correct, Daniel. Yep, it's all good. No, Central harassed panda. No, I'm a sad panda. That's what he sounds like. Yeah, you got it. It's Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Salem is the funniest fucking cat alive. But Salem, you can't eat that cheesecake. But I want to. And then he's so fat. Fuck, I love that cat so much. I'm definitely a cat person. All right, Daryl gets the 500 points to Gryffindor. It's all yours, Daryl. It's like whose line is it anyway? The points are made up. Same with the stock. None of it matters. The darkness is coming for all of us. We are but moments of bright energy in a sea of dystrophy. A trophy. Grim music plays. Just gets really dark. Sad panda. Can you tell me where the bad man touched you? Oh, that makes me a sad panda. So good. Fucking Salem, so good. Yep. 0-0 to Bitcoin. All right, so what are we at? 246. So 12 minutes. Wow, that's really bad math. 14 minutes. And then that puts us into, so that's 44 minutes. Yeah, 44 minutes from now will be our last hurrah. Yeah. All right. And we might actually get a nice solid 30 minutes. Usually AMC's been pretty good. I would say most Fridays have been pretty good last minute action. Definitely some of the midweeks have been shitty, but yeah, Fridays have usually pay out. We get the whole day's kind of boring, and then we get that little bit of action at the end that makes up for the whole sad day. Yep. It's always tomorrow. Yeah. Oh yeah. If anybody asks, it's always tomorrow. Where's my Lambo? Tomorrow. When is it gonna moon? Tomorrow. When will Daddy Elon come down and ascend us all to Mars? Tomorrow after Thursday? Maybe tomorrow, Wednesday? A good close for AMC? Uh, so if you follow this channel for more than, just today, we're basically going along a curve. So my bet, or this channel's bet, since I represent it, is that, get rid of this, is that we're basically in a recovery U shape. So I want to see us close higher, somewhere around 10 to 11. But it's not too bad. As long like I can just adjust this. I want us to finish pretty much high. And then we'd be going along this curve right here. So if we're where we are or higher, that'd be great. I don't want us to go down to 9 or 10. Prefer us to be higher if possible. And then that puts us on track to getting to 14. Where's that? Well, a little bit. 14 by the end of the month. That gets us pretty close. We might even do 14 just before earnings. But if things go really well, we might get some boosts here. And it might only take us 2 days, not a whole week. But we're at least in the upswing now. If we were going to collapse in the U shape, it's just when it starts. So we would have collapsed yesterday, which might be why we had so much resistance. Because we went up pretty good yesterday and we lost it all, right? So that would have been our turning point. Or this would have been our turning point. And this could have been us collapsing. See, we're collapsing through the U shape at the bottom. But then we decided, nah, fuck it. So we went through the U shape and we're starting to go down, but then we boosted up and now we're hugging the U shape. So we're seeing smaller because we're following the U shape, but it's going to get more and more aggressive as we go up. So it's just going to be either jump up in the morning and not move, or we start low and we're going to have aggressive highs and it's going to get sharper and sharper. So that's the plan. That's what we've been hoping for the last 2 months. It's just taking its dear sweet fucking time to execute. So, anyways, so every time I get paid, which is never, I just keep buying more shares, and I'm going to laugh all the way to my Lambo. By Lambo, I mean Cybertruck. So, because yeah, we really need this kind of volume. This is just piss compared to this. If we can get this back, which we probably are going to see on the curve, then it's just going to be back to good times. And we'll get something like this, and it'll be awesome. Anyways, so even though we're following it by the minutes, that's what we're trying for. So, we got ourselves a pennant. Yeehaw. Roger that, Baker. We got ourselves a live one. So we might even get a breakout. Nice. A bull flag. Easy there, all caps. That looks like a bad S shape. So if it goes down any further, that's a strong negative shape. Yeah, see, if this goes any more red, then it's gonna die. But if we're lucky, it will go up before it goes down, and we'll break out. So what do you define a bull flag? Since it's kind of a really generic term. Are you talking about a pennant that's bullish? Like, you're talking about this? So this S shape is a strong shape. A breakout with a wedge. So this is the breakout, and this is the wedge. I mean, you can't really do a wedge here because these are not the same height. Okay, a pennant. Okay, good. We're on the same page. Yeah, there's definitely a pennant. And of course, if you can see it on the 5, you can see it on the minute, right? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Well, because the problem with a pennant is it's not bull, it could be bear as well. Um, this S shape you see here is bullish, but it's down, up, and we're going into down. So that is potentially bearish. It's going to crash. But we got enough height from the bottom of this guy, and all we need is to go up a few more cents, so we could turn this frown upside down, and we'd be okay. Yeah. And you can't do a wedge here because the you'd have to pick one of these, right? Like it's not, none of these are right. So your best bet's to either go flat or basically use this guy here and just bring it up. But I'm just going to go with this guy down here because I know if I do this, that's kind of fake. So my position is 1383, I believe, for 4,020 shares now. I had to sell 200 to cover margin and pay for all my rent and shit. And I got a position. I got a covered call for next Friday at $14. So that one I got going as well. I've loaned out my shares. No. 40 contracts. I have 4,000 shares, so 40 contracts covers it. Vinco Ventures, the company? Sure. Copy. So this is probably going to be the breakout, so I'm going to quickly check this and then come back. Okay, 10% breakout. That just happened. Not bad. What's this? Yeah, so they just had a 15%. What am I looking at here? It's got to be, yeah, multiple days. There is no 1 minute chart. Okay, I was like, something's wrong here. So yeah, they just started to go for a flying run. So if I'm reading that, that's 14% since April 23rd. Wow, pretty good. Not bad for a dollar stock. It's still kind of recovering, but look at where it was, right? And now look at where it is. So yeah, that's pretty good. Bit of a gamble, but I like it. There's our breakout. Is it happening? Not yet. Eh. Oh, maybe. We're at the 5-minute chart. Yeah, that's starting. Classic pennant. Um, so for me, I think a squeeze would happen. If it's gonna happen, it will be when we get past about $16, or it'll happen somewhere around $16, because that's when you do your due diligence and you look at or your deep dive and you look at the shares. The 16 is the highest we've pretty much gone in recent history. And if you're a short seller and you got in above 16, then you're still making money. If you got in at 16, you've gone down to zero profit. So they're not losing money until it goes past 16, right? So the people that bought in at 15 and 14 and 13, they're not hurting that much. But if it goes from 10 to 16 and you bought at 10, you're almost at like 80% of your money gone, right? Well, you're actually at 60% of your money gone, right? If I did this right. So that's going to squeeze you out because you have to close your position because you've lost so much money and there's no hope for it to come back down, right? So that's the kind of the perfect storm you want to kind of create. But because we've already been to 16, we've already gotten rid of all the 10s and the 8s and the 9s, 5s, 4s, and all them that got in from basically October, November of 2020, I think is the last time it was down there. And so we got rid of all those people already. They got squeezed out in that first wave. So now the only people that we would have are the ones that got in around 7 and 5 and 8. And of course, any of the spikes, but those are our major flat numbers. And so the 5s are gone because we're at 10. They can't be there. So the next group is going to be probably 16, which will be the 8s. 8s and lower are gone. 5 and lowers are gone for sure. But since we've already shaken them out, the real vast majority will be 16 and higher to get rid of them. So for us to do that, we have to get the share price up to about 30 to kill them. But if we start going up really fast, as we kill off all the 8s, the 9s, the 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, all of those short sellers get burned out, they might give us the propellant to rocket up and scare the 16, 17, 18, 19, 20s and higher crowd that have been shorting since like, I don't know, what's that, 5 years ago, right? Because they're shorts that are that long, right? So maybe that's what we need. But yeah, I wouldn't expect much until we get close to 16. So I'm not even thinking about it until we get past 14. Then I'll start looking for the squeeze. Every dollar we go up, it gets more and more likely. So yeah, we'll see. But it's yeah, that's about as best as I can think it's going to happen. I can't think of really anything else that would trigger a squeeze, except for maybe if they suddenly announce that the pandemic is over. But that's not something you can really announce as sudden, right? It just gets better and better and better, and then it's done. It does magically just turn off. So, because that would kill the short sellers too, because they're like, shit, it's not going to get worse. The variants aren't killing people. It's over. Well, now my bad downwards position is even worse. I gotta go. So, anyways, it's all about getting into their minds. So we had a breakout, but it didn't hold. How's GME? Sideways. Dow is okay. S&P's okay. Nasdaq is meh. I mean, well, it's up 1.5, so it's not meh, but it's all right. That is one hell of a funky shape. Going, climbing, crashing, stable, up, lowering, rising. It's like this is just weird to start with, right? This doesn't happen a lot. And then you have the chalice shape, which is like this, or a goblet. But then you had a fall down here, so that's weird. And the fact you went flat is weird. It's like, just do that. Why not this, right? But no. And you did a dead cat bounce, but instead of bouncing, it just kind of rolled. It's just, that's kind of weird. Yeah. Anyways, that's a shape you won't see a lot. This weird ass combination. Oh, I know what this is. I know what this is. It's the Wu-Tang Clan. There we go. It's the Wu-Tang Clan logo. Ah, man. Yeah, see, that's a little bit more normal. Yeah, that's weird. That's much more normal. Or common. Even more common. Much better. So there's a sudden sell-off, and then it's like, you guys are stupid. And then they buy back into over half. And then it stabilizes, and then it goes. So this is just something scared them. Temporary sell-off. End of the day, getting out, whatever. Who knows? Doesn't matter. Oof. There's your 305, etc. Look at that. Now let's go look at SPY. SPY. See if the volume rocketed. Nope. Just trucking along. But we got hit by it for sure. I mean, the volume is, double or triple what it was. But almost triple. But it's nothing compared to these guys. These are 20s. This is 6, and these are 3s. Well, the SPY's not showing it. But let's see. AMC's showing it, though. There's a bit of a flash crash. But that's really just us. Yeah. Possibly a little bit from GME. It's hard to tell. They're also really suffering from low volume. So the good news is, if this is just a flash crash, we'll come right back up. And we'll make a strong S shape. So we'll come back even faster. So if this goes like this to 50%, consolidates, then continues. As soon as we break this, we'll just blast off. And that's good because we're in sour hour. So if we can get here by 15:30, we'll have a run to the end. We'll get the combination of the people that want to boost it in the last 30 minutes, plus the completion of a technical shape. If the world aligns. So let's see. Let's see if it works out for us. Then I'll eat the rest of my cheesy noodles. Have a nice nap. It will be a wonderful start to the weekend. It'll be great. Well, so much for that volume. You're learning, Daryl. You're learning. Take a look at this one, why this does its thing. Oh, yeah. So this is the classic, if it goes sideways for too long, it gets dangerous, right? So you're going up, you're tearing up, it's great. This is your warning sign. This is your first warning. And then that's what happens when you don't listen, right? So if you're holding in, hoping it goes up, and as soon as you get this curve, it's like, buddy, it's time to go. That was it. Then it's like, no, everything's good. There's the dead cat bounce. Funk. Yeah. So, yep. Definitely dodged a bullet on that one. Was that all today? Wow. That was today. So what was that? That was, fuck, over 60% in a day. Wow. And then it went down to up to 33%. Shit. Wait, where's the start of the day? We're on the 23rd? Yeah. It's here. Damn. That's impressive. Yeah. Yeah, and it being a Friday, I would fucking stay out of that. Oh man, should have told us the stock earlier. We could have watched this bad boy climb up to 60%. That would have been a lot more interesting than some of this. Who the hell is it? These guys. Oh yeah, look, number one on the volume. Yeah, go figure, right? Are we even on the volume? AMD is. Ford, Tesla. We usually make the volume list. But yeah, today, nope. So today's been a good day. 53 on Spider. Holy Christ. Baby's doing good. Rail. Look at that. So after a long period of sideways, 3 days, I guess, they just fucking booked it. But that might be a dead cat bounce, right? But they're almost to 100%, so it looks like they might be able to hold it. Damn. Yeah, it's been a really good day for the market overall. Got some 60%, some 50s, 30s, and then the bad guys are like 6 to 24. It's not bad. Snap, eh? Fuck Snap. Snap is Snapchat, right? If I got that right. No. Snap's not Snapchat. Snap Inc. What do these guys do? Camera platform products such as Snapchat. Oh, it is. Okay. So what's with the stupid logo? Yeah, I thought Snap was Snapchat, which is essentially, yeah. Okay. Anyways, let's get back to AMC. Let's see what we got here. Yes, as long as Bitcoin stays up and through the roof, we're not going to see an end of our semiconductor shortage. Oh, look at that. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Goes up, consolidates, and then it's going to continue some more. It's just getting dragged out. Yeah. Oh, she's rolling. Well, good thing I said it's almost like I know what I'm doing. But yeah, it should take off. Whether it will or not is a different story. Good times. But yeah, if it is to collapse, that's one of the spots, 50% mark. And then the next is the top. Bottom, middle, top, pretty much for everything. Get the rest of these yummy noodles. How much time do we have left? 1 hour. 1 hour to quitting time. We all get to go home from our jobs we don't have. And off we go. I guess also, too, if I get filthy rich, since people like to talk about their winnings, maybe I'll go and make a stock market coffee shop like I was talking about. So I would just run stocks and just on tickers. You just sit there, drink coffee all day, and chat about stocks. So we won't have political discussions. We'll just be like, but oil's in contraire. No, the Suez is the greatest thing ever. Suck it. Wheat futures is where it's at. And it'll be great. Every day's your day off when you're hobo. You later find out I'm just like a homeless dude living under a bridge trading stocks. I would love to. You know how much money I would save on rent? I could put that all into stocks. And maybe I should do that. Maybe I should do that in Ottawa. Because we have a lot of financials in the downtown core. And for people like me, it'd be nice to get out of the house. You know, even if you show up just for closing bell or. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have them in Canada. I saw them in New York City, where you'd go into like the McDonald's right by Wall Street, and there's tickers running, right? Because, you know, they're standing in line and they got to keep their eyes on things, right? But Canada's not really heavy duty stocks. So, anyways, yeah. Oh, maybe I'll give it a go. Apparently, they still work. So, oh, the only time I dig through people's garbage is corporate espionage. The stuff people throw out, it's like, oh, I'll just take that. I'll just take that. No, it's only when I post them. I can post links, but you can't. I don't know why. I think it's to stop, viruses and stuff. So just give him the link without the crap, and he'll copy and paste. Since I get to be the God Emperor, I get to do whatever. I don't know. I haven't figured out how to disable that. Yeah. At least until we get bigger, we don't need it, right? But yeah. And then yeah, I can make admins and moderators. Yeah, me neither. I'm new to this as well. But yeah, you can have admins and moderators, and I think you can have approved people. So the approved people can get around banned words. So you might have like nobody can talk about Trey or whatever. But what YouTube does is that, from what I can see, is that you can post and talk, but it basically ghosts you. So you don't know that you're muted. It doesn't tell you. So you just talk along and whatever, right? But you're unaffected. So the robots don't know when they've been screwed. So the links that you're posting aren't showing up. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to point out. You see it, but it doesn't tell you, right? Yeah. So it just ghosts you. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, so Daniel, that's one way some people do it. So with penny stocks, they can pretty much go to zero. And there is a little bit of value in spreading your money really wide. And then basically when that one stock goes up 60%, right, you got it. And if that one stock goes up 60%, it kind of covers you for the ones that have died, right? But if you put in $1 and the dollar goes to zero, that's 100% loss. So even a 60% win doesn't protect you from all the 100% losses. So you'll probably end up losing more money than you're winning money. Or everyone would just do it, right? So just copy and paste without the HTTP. So it looks like text, so it doesn't kill you, right? Then they can just put the HTTP back on. Put a random space in there somewhere, or whatever. That's how you beat these systems. But yeah, no. So yeah, it's not a bad idea, but you still have to pick somewhat winners. Oh, that's cool. Didn't know that. It's probably the .com, yeah. Or just ditch the .com. But then the .com just showed up there. But anyways, I don't know. So what are we at? Okay, we're at 322. Almost done. Nope. Yep. Yeah, look at the numbers. There's a slugfest going on. Let's bring up the war chart. There we go. So look at the numbers. They're just duking it out. Yeah. I mean, if you spread your money out and, there's promising companies, and most of the time the stock will go either up a little or go sideways, right? Or you'll lose a little. So there is value in spreading out. But if you spread out on everything and you get duds, you got to keep in mind that for every dud, you lose everything. So if you're only making 60%, you're only getting 60% and you just lost 100. But hopefully you're getting 10%, 20%, 60, 200, 40, right? So it's not just winners and duds. It's going to be moderate winners, mega winners, small duds, full duds, right? Which is like a mega loss, you know? So there is something there, right? So, yeah. That's why you just do your due diligence. Realistically, if you can wait long enough, every stock is generally good. You know, every stock will have its time in the sun at some point in its lifetime. So you want to be there when it happens. And then the good stockbrokers show up just before that happens. The bad ones show up just after it happens, and the okay ones get in way too early, and they end up catching it by luck. But, you know, that's the long-term holding mentality, right? Yeah, I'm all in on AMC as well. Yeah. We got a war brewing. I'm all in on AMC because I have to be. I'm stuck at 14. But I invest money from people, so I have to do my diligence and watch it every day. What the? That was so weird. 1. So 1 on the chart. It looks like we might win this battle. The buyers are pretty strong. The sellers aren't moving. Oh, now they're starting to march. The sellers are starting to advance. Quick, light the pitch. It's all good. You got to have a little bit of love for what you do, Daryl. Now, if you don't, this would be incredibly boring. But it's what I love about the stock market. It's like the only game you can participate with other people, and everyone comes out winning cash. There's no winners or losers. It's just, you know, we can all win, and we can all see the same chart. We can play it worldwide. It's great. It's the best multiplayer game ever. I love it. No, so when it hits 14, it depends on how we hit 14. But I'm in AMC for the long haul. It's a great growth stock. I may bail at 14 depending on how we hit it, but I'll get back in as soon as the risk goes away. My guess, we're going to hit 14 hard and we're going to bounce down because it's such a line of resistance. Or we're going to blow through 14 and we're going to get hauled back to it. So if that's the case, I'll sell at 16 or 15, and then I'll wait for it to go back to 13.50 and get back in. Yeah. Well, it's good. That's a huge amount of money, but yeah. Actually, the second you went for the nap, my name, it took off. It was great. I was like, oh man, you're going to come back so happy. Right there. It just went, and I'm like, it was actually better. You know, we were at a higher point. But yeah, it just took right off as soon as you went for a nap. It's like, yeah, good. Yeah, that's where I'm aiming. We're aiming for 30 for December. That's our price point. Yeah, so now you can go to work with a spring in your step. It peaked at, well, you can see it here. 1038 is today's high. But I'll just double check double check that. 1033. So that was a 1033, but apparently we've been to 1038, so. It's a good thought, Stephen, but what? Me? I've been here. If you want my attention, just make sure to tag me so I see you, or I might miss messages. Well, the spring in your step is that you're up 1.9%. I don't know. It's better than the constant red hell we've been in, right? Yeah. I don't know. Well, see, Werejair is like this bunny. So there's this bunny I keep seeing. My name being Donnie, um, from the Darko family. And there's just this bunny that just follows me around, and well, I call him Werejair. Sad pandas. So good. Just gonna quickly flash the screen. There we go. Not what you would have expected. Sad pandas. Let's see if I can get a voice clip. Here we go.
Important to discuss. Due to recent events around the country, I've been instructed to teach you all about sexual harassment in school.
About what?
Now, does anybody know what sexual harassment means? Yes, Eric.
When you're trying to have
And then we'll switch to the sexual harassment panda.
Who lives in the east neath the willow tree? Sexual harassment panda who explains sexual harassment to you and me. Sexual harassment panda. Don't say that, don't touch there. Don't be nasty, says the silly bear. He's gonna tell you what's right and wrong. Sexual harassment panda.
Hi, boys and girls. Of the first panda may sue the second party panda.
Now, where's the sad panda?
Said panda aforementioned panda.
Oh, no, it's not there. Okay, well, anyways, that's the song. Na 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 na, panda. Such a good song. Yeah, and that makes me a very sad panda. But in that, like, weird old-timey radio voice. Yeah, exactly. So the $30 due diligence is just going to be from organic growth, right? So the company right now is worth negative $6 per share ish. So once the company makes money, positive money, we technically are going to go up 6 times our share price, technically. So, and because shares trade at a multiple, you're going 6 times then 30. So you can see, like, those are astronomical numbers, right? So if we're somehow trading a negative $6 stock for $10, it means, you know, you're fucking stupid, right? Like, it's crazy high, right? So we're way ahead of where the core price of the company is. Now, the measurement -6 isn't really true for AMC because you're measuring AMC against metrics that don't really apply to it, and that's common. Companies work in different ways. AMC is definitely not a -6 company. Like some of the true ones are. Those are ones that are heavy in debt. They're screwed, right? There's no way they could get out of it. Blah blah blah. Where AMC, it looks that way, but it isn't that way, and a lot of it is because they have they own land, leases, they own objects, right, that are gaining or losing value. They do have debt, but it's not that crippling, and the measurements are against their market cap, and it's not a measurement of how much money they bring in, but their actual market cap. Whereas, you know, AMC is bringing in $1.2 billion and keeping 300 million of it. That's good, right? Chipotle, which is $1,000 stock, has what was it? They have a $3.7 billion market cap, and they bring in, I think they only get to keep 100 million. I think it was. Basically, we did the math. We're about 30 times stronger than Chipotle, but we're not anywhere close to, or no, 3 times stronger than Chipotle, sorry, but we're nowhere close to their market cap or the amount of money they move. They move trillions of dollars, but they don't keep it, right? And their share price is a positive 3, and they're at $1,000 trading. So, anyways, the point is that we can't go down much further. A pandemic, 97% of theaters closed, a huge reduction in travel. You're pretty much as bad as it gets, and the company managed to survive by luck. They were going to go bankrupt, like, they would have been dead by now, basically. So now we get to get in on the ground floor, and it's a recovery play, right? And so if it's just a slow recovery, probably $30 by December. If everything goes up ridiculously, all the new stuff pays out, then we're, laughing all the way to the bank, right? But we shouldn't think that way. We should just think worst case scenario and get rewarded if it's not, because they still have a lot of ways to go. Because they were going bankrupt before the pandemic, right? So, they're clearly not doing everything right. So, that's my due diligence, or the basic justification for the price. So, well, no, GME is not. No, there'll be another GME all the time. It happens all the time. There's tons of stocks like GME, but the problem with GME is it's on its way out to the Deadsville, right? Like, unless somebody somehow miraculously figures out a business model that works. Whereas AMC is an already established company, so is GME. But GME is dying, losing stores, losing market share, losing people, and they have all this upkeep. They have to have physical inventory, and they got to move products. AMC has a film they just have to play. They got to get people in the seats. That's how AMC wins. People in the theater. GME has to get people to actually physically buy something they can get online cheaper, steal, torrent, mod their Xboxes. I can steal films, and that has hurt the theater industry, but you can't replicate the experience. But with a stolen game, it's the exact same experience, if not better, actually, sometimes, because you got out the DRM, right? So there's no angle I can see GME working to save their ass. And if I can't see it, institutionals can't see it. Well, I shouldn't say that. They may see it because I'm just stupid, right? But let's presume I can't see it. It's not obvious. And so institutionals, if it's not obvious, then it's not a sure bet, and they're going to stay away from it. So who the hell is going to invest in GME to keep it alive? And that's going to be it, right? It's going to be the long haul diamond holders, and then eventually they're going to get tired or they need that money, and then that's the end, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I should do I'll do a quick video one day. I'll break it down and be like, recap on AMC. Maybe I'll do weekly recaps. Just be like, okay, so as we go through the live show, I'll just mark, when we have good moments, and then do a highlight reel at the end of the week, right? People would love that. And then I give them their weekly summary, right? Yeah, that'll work. I like that. Yeah. And yeah, talking about competitors, that's a good idea. And thanks for the channel suggestions, right? I'm new to this. I know how to run communities, but I'm not an entertainer. I'm not a video publisher, a live blogger, or vlogger, or whatever, fuck. Don't even know the term because I'm not that. But yeah, competitors. AMC has like 2 competitors. It's hard to be a competitor because you have to own theaters, right? That's a lot of money and a lot of real estate, and it's big, and it's a purpose-driven building. A theater can only be a theater, where a restaurant can swap out. You change the name, you change the food. Ta-da! So you can pick up a restaurant anywhere, right? But a theater, no. You either have to build it, or some local theater has to go under. Whereas GME is a fucking retail store. Dime a dozen, right? And everyone competes with them. Walmart, Amazon, fucking Epic, Ubisoft, EA, everyone's taking, and that's why GME is doing so bad, right? But I think they're going to try to rebrand themselves as like a digital medium, and they're going to provide user perks because a lot of people love, like, there's a lot of nostalgia, right? There's a lot of love. I don't hate GameStop. GameStop has a perfect heart in American history, right? It's a very important store for gamers. That's where most of us got our first everything, right? So I love it. I would like it to continue, but it doesn't make sense as an investor. How are you going to succeed? How are you going to make me money? And the answer is, I don't know, right? So, yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I could probably just clip it from the stream. I'll just like, okay, time 3:39, ranted about GME. Mood decent. Use this one for later. Yeah. Yeah. But also take that note on that one, backstop, is when you bring in really good heavy hitters, the CEO and all the board of directors just get paid regardless. If the company burns up and goes to the ground, it doesn't hurt them. They're getting paid no matter what. So they're just putting another notch on their belt. They're just getting paid for another year, right? So, they're going to try so they get more money, but if they fail, they just move on to the next corporation, right? Whereas an investor, you lose everything, and your shirts, and your pants. You're gone, right? So they definitely are not taking the same level of risk as we as investors would. And as such, we hold them to a higher level of accountability. Because they'll be like, oh, everything's fine. And be like, fuck you, buddy. You're not losing any money if things go south. So don't bullshit me, right? I'm putting everything on the line, and you're just spitting words out, right? So do know your place as the investor. You do have a right as a shareholder. Exercise that right if you care. But yeah, don't buy the bullshit. Because they're just there to make money, and you're the sucker, right? Some people are good, but don't trust they're all good. So, yeah. Anyways, but in the short term, if you go short term play on GME, is Wall Street Bet, are the Redditors going to boost it? Are they going to have another psychotic run at it? Maybe, right? But do you want to get in at 151 when it's probably going to plummet to 120? Or do you want to buy at 120 when it's probably going to go to 50? Or are you going to buy at 50 when it probably will go back up to 120? Like, you got to pick how much you're willing to lose, right? Because, yeah, if you buy now and it goes to 50 and it goes up to 120, you just missed out on doubling your money. And you're still stuck at 150 at, let's say, a 40% loss. So you got to weigh it out. I think GME is worth watching, maybe worth playing. Just be wary that it's on its way out, at least in my books. If that's my DD on that. So, yeah, yeah, yeah. Zach. Zach. Wait for it. Wait for it. No. No. Well, maybe he's in transit from the spirit world. So at least they're duking it out here, even if we're not moving anywhere. All right, we're getting into the last moments here. So we got nothing from 15:30. the volume has picked up. Yeah, we've done more in the last hours or so than we did pretty much midday. Yeah, it's picking up. Yeah, basically, yeah, that's huge right here. And same with that one. All right. Well, at least there's a little bump in the road. That's good. So we didn't get our upswing. We essentially just went, froze, went sideways, and now we're collapsing on our own weight, which, you know, fucking low volume. See that? Nothing. So if we would have had the volume, we would have probably gone right up, made the S shape, or at least got to 24 and rolled. But we didn't even have the steam. We just turned off. It's like driving on the highway and just turning off your engine and coasting. This makes so much sense. I don't need to be in control. I don't need propulsion. Just turn the wheels or turn the automobile right off. Yeah, yeah. And see, Blockbuster was killer. Blockbuster made a lot of money because it filled a niche, which is I want to watch something, I don't know quite what. I want the selection. And it's like Netflix, right? A lot of things on Netflix suck, but you just want to watch something. That was the idea, right? Netflix is the new Blockbuster. It's got it, right? But tell me to go outside and go to Netflix the store and get a DVD that I got to put in and return. Why the hell would I do that when I could just stream it, right? And so why the hell would I buy a game that's overpriced because I got to pay someone's wages when I can buy it cheaper and or just steal it? It's like, you know, there's that, right? So I don't know. Yeah, but in-house tournaments don't make that much money though, right? Like, I mean, unless they get really really lean on their business model, but big business tends to have a lot of bloat. Somebody has to pay for the $1 million, exec salaries times 12, and the office and the head office, and they're just gushing money, right? Because they see the store's profits as their playground money, right? So if GameStop got really lean and then became like the small gaming shops that do Pokemon cards and Funko Pops and board games, and what's the other one? Gundams, models, right? Those stores still exist. There's like 3 of them per city, right? But that's the level GameStop could fight at because those stores can't compete, right? But then those people are also probably paying themselves minimum wage and they're the store owners. So that's the drill. And they're not in malls because they can't pay the rent of a mall, right? They're going to be in a strip mall on the edge of town. So unless people are willing to drive to the edge of town to go to GameStop, which they are to go to their Gundam place because it's the only place they can look at the models, right? The physicality of models and Funkos and Pokemon cards require you to be there, or you just buy them on eBay, right? Which a lot of people do. So there might be an angle there, but I don't think GameStop is ready to go there because it means they would have to clean house, become extra lean, and I don't think they can do it. But I'm not a business guy. It's easier said. Yeah, Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I just said Pokemon cards, but yeah, Magic the Gathering is would be the one. Yeah. And so those card shops, the pawn shops of cards, those exist. They last, but they're usually like the tiniest thing in the tiniest hole, right? And I don't think GameStop could do it. So, see. Oh, exactly. And there's exactly the answer, backstop. Even if they did go there, that's a reduction from where they were, right? So still not $150 stock. Exactly. Yeah. It's not like they're going up. They're just not a negative stock now. They're not a zero stock. They're now a $1 or $2 stock. Exactly. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Any company can air quote exist, but are they going to exist at the price that they're being offered on the market? Is it too high or too low? And then that's kind of where our argument with AMC is, right? We're technically worth negative $6. So we're actually way too high for what we're fundamentally worth if you think that way, right? But because we're going to recover because of all this positive future, we're pricing into the future, right? So that's why we're all here, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Still 10 billion is a lot though. I mean, but then there's GME at $400 a share at a market cap of 4.5. But most of that market cap is because of the share price, right? So it's not even that they have that kind of market cap. It's just the shares have brought them up. Wow, Chipotle has a $40 billion market cap? Whew. That's got to be mostly due to their share prices, eh? Damn. Oh, they might have 40 billion in assets. You know, each store is $1 million. How many stores do they have? 400,000? Yeah. If you think it's worth it, Daryl, get in now. When they split, you'll be extra rich. Yeah, no, I think Chipotle's a little overpriced. I mean, yeah, it's good and its financials are great, but well, yeah, I mean, obviously it's not $1 million a store, but it's not 5K, definitely. The equipment alone is 50,000 to $100,000 for the equipment. Each one of those stoves are $23,000 times 4. So, yeah. Well, Chipotle's that high because of less they have less shares than we do and they have positive revenue. And I'm guessing they have not split their stock. Well, obviously they haven't split their stock in a long time or ever because they have such limited shares. Yeah. Chipotle's tacos are all right. And I went to Chipotle's in Canada here. We have one in Ottawa and nowhere else that I know of. And it was like, Bar Burrito was better. Burrito Gringo is better. I mean, anything's better than Taco Bell, but even Taco Bell wasn't too far off. Like, I'm like, I could pay that much money or get a crappier version. I'll get the crappier version. Yeah. Yeah, Chipotle's price is more like is mostly because they don't have enough shares. We have 409 million shares available. They have about 23 million or 26 million, whichever. It doesn't really matter. So that definitely makes their share price go up. Because if we only had 40,000 or yeah, 40 million shares, we would be at $100 right now for AMC. So if we had 4 million shares, we'd be at $100 a share right now. Yeah. GME is not low. GME is extra spicy. Yep. But Coinbase has assets under management, right? So its market capital is probably completely based off of how much money it has floating in its system and then its share price, right? Yeah. Or actually, forget supplying beans. Supply something they'll never get rid of, right? People might turn away from beans in the future, but maybe dairy or actually, yeah, no, find the bean producer, actually. No, bet on the company. Go find the company. Don't do commodities. Just find the company that supplies the beans. Because even if Chipotle drops the beans, somebody will buy them because they're obviously so good at what they do. That's the money right there. Because people might stop liking beans, but they won't stop liking those beans. Corn commodities, yeah. Yeah. I made my money trading jalapenos. Or jalapenos, you know. Some people call them jalapenos. Water. Nah, well, for Canadians, we have so much fresh water, we don't fucking care. Water's always in demand, but it's so easy to make water as long as you have electricity. So it's never going to be a real big thing. But you could bet on companies that help desalinate, turn seawater into drinking water. Those are going to be money makers, right? So, but yeah, like I can run water all day here, and it's like we don't even conserve water in Canada. I'm surrounded by it all the fucking time, and it's all drinkable if I want parasites. But yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, corn futures. Because remember how I keep using wheat as my go-to message, right? But he's doing the same thing. He wants to buy the seeds at the best price for next year's rotation. So he trades futures, or basically commodity contracts, for a price at a time. So, yeah, corn futures, exactly. That's what they're there for. Yep. And then, if like soybeans go up 5 times the price, maybe you'll plant wheat this year, right? It's just a fucking business. Yeah, it's awesome. You got bamboozled. Oh no. Did your jimmies get rustled? Yep. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I use wheat as my example when I talk about hedging, right? So if Russia has a forest fire, burns all their wheat prices go up, but you need to sell a certain price, or you need to buy a certain price, or whatever. That's where option contracts sort of deal pays out. What this? This is keys. I'm playing with keys because I was bored. So I'm just throwing keys around in my hand, which is starting to hurt because keys are pointy. But I'm kind of like, fuck, this is going so sideways. But yeah, the microphone's sensitive, so it's picking it up. Oh, it's nice. Well, wait a darn gone cotton picking minute. Now I can use that without being racist. Yeah, I'm looking at the volume, but it's not insane. It's only 2. No, there's no Illuminati. This is just the regular sell-off that happens at the end of the day on Fridays. Remember, these are multi-billion-dollar companies. If they wanted to break this share price down to $2, they could do it. They could flick a switch and boom. So how can we push back against that? It's like some guy throwing rocks somehow stops the U.S. Army. No, it's because they didn't want to nuke them. So the rock thrower is not the problem. They just didn't care enough to blow him into oblivion. So, yeah. Now, it'll be a little bit different once we own all the shares. Then they can't tank us because how, right? They would have to buy up shares, wait till the last minute, and then dump. But anyways, it looks like we're going to close. They got 1 minute. Let's see if there's a huge sell-off to keep it under 10. Why wouldn't they care? Or why would they care? Give me a reason why they would care. You can tell by the volume they don't care. Like, nobody cares. The volume's so low today. Like, we're going to close at 26 million. Woo! That's a far cry from the 1.2 billion we were 2 months ago, right? But anyways, to answer your question, fuck. I lost you. Hold on. Oh, there you go. Relevant. Yeah, but because it's the end of the day on a Friday. This is how it rolls, right? Yes, it's irrelevant. Yes. So to answer your question, institutional investors want stability and want guaranteed return on investment. It doesn't have to be big, but it needs to be guaranteed. So I think for AMC, the pandemic has to be over, is the start. Then they want to see better management. But the pandemic has to stop because that's the wild card. And once that's over, they can work on getting better management, reducing debt, regular old shit, right? But they can't control the pandemic. And that's the big killer. Nice. 1016 or 1005? Let's go see Yahoo. Yahoo. Let's see. 1016 on close. Not bad. 1015, 1016, whatever. It's good. It's good, it's good, it's good. All right, well, not a bad end. But yeah, those hedge fund illuminatis really showed it to us with the 2000 volume. You got us. not to be mocking, but you know, it's evident. It's completely evident that there's no big fish here. The volume is garbage. The whole day's volume is garbage. They didn't succeed in their Illuminati plans, even though all they needed was like, 4,000 shares. So, exactly. Yep. I'm just happy we had that turnaround right here. The lemon's paid out eventually, and then boom. Because this is going to happen, right? This decline. So what happens if we just do a quick bars pattern here? So if we do this, right? If we don't get the height, this is what happens, right? We're going to end up at 989 because we just decline. So thankfully we got that height before the decline. Normally that doesn't happen at 1 o'clock, but AMC's weird. We tend to have a lot of upswings on 1, which is weird, especially on a Friday. But anyways, yeah, so good eatins. And then this is the trend it's currently going. But because we're going to go over a weekend, that completely nullifies it. So we might just gap up. So there's an idea about ladder attacks and selling fake shares back and forth. And there's a little bit of validity to that. You can drive down the price by washing shares back and forth, but every time you do that, you lose money. And if the shares go the wrong way, you're going to lose a lot of money. So is it worth it? Is it worth it to try to manipulate a stock, get nailed by the SEC for what? To lose $1 million to drive down the price $1? Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? 26 million shares moved. If you were to manipulate that, it would cost you probably $10 million to manipulate it because you're losing, you know, a penny per share in manipulation at best. So it's like, it doesn't make any sense. So, anyways. Yeah, no, that is scary, Daryl. So I want my money liquid before the stock market blows up. So I'm not familiar with all the DD out there, but the majority of it. So is that our total, Howard? 10%? It's not bad at all. It would have been better if we kept yesterday's gains, though. That was a 6% day. Son of a bitch. So, yep. Yep. You guys have yourself a good weekend. And yeah, Dodge weekend. Yes, well, that's true, Oded. But they did get cleaned up on the last financial. But synthetics exist, if you will. I don't even know if that's a real word. But I like that word too, synthetics. They exist all the time, right? But tons might be an overstatement. It's not tons, it's just a lot. But when you have a volume of over 100 million, 50,000, 10,000, 20 million, that's still not even close to the amount of shares that are moved each day, right? So those synthetics don't move the market that much, right? And they have to be cleaned up because if they go for a long period of time, you have to pay massive fines, which they can just ignore, and they do ignore. But obviously, stock brokerage firms are not that evil as much as people want them to be. So they're not going to take $1 million fine a week if they don't have to, right? They're not out there to lose money. So why do stupid things that make you lose money because you're going to drive down the price of AMC to make $5 and then it goes back up in a week because AMC is growing? Like, a hostile takeover, I get it. Driving the company to bankruptcy, I get it. Kicking people off the board of directors. Yeah, those are times that manipulation makes sense, you know. But general manipulation, it's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Well, no. So the synthetics aren't cleaned up, but as they get cleaned up, new synthetics come to be because the stock market's always evolving, right? So you have 3 days to clean up your mess. But as I clean up my mess, someone makes another mess. So he has 3 days to clean up his mess, and I just made another one. So when you look at the numbers, it looks like there's a lot of messes. But realistically, mine's going to go out the door, and someone else's is going to replace mine. But it's not like that's the same mess from 5 weeks ago. Billy just made another mess, and Jim after him, right? So don't get lost in the numbers because yes, it's not great. Yes, it's true, but it's not that true. It's not exactly like they're saying, right? Yes. So that's what the DTCC is going to do. It's going to make that all transparent, right? Or make it more transparent. So now they have 3 days to cover, but from day one, it's going to say with big glaring letters, this dickweed needs to pay up. And so when they don't, they'll be able to trace, and the public will be able to stare at, all the people that are outstanding, right? And that's going to help get rid of the synthetics, which keep causing stock market crashes because everyone thinks it's a good idea to just trade stuff that doesn't exist and hope you don't get caught. But they do get caught, and they do get in trouble, and they do get, margin called, and they do go under, right? So the key thing to note, though, is that they commit these crimes in small time frames. It's not 5 years of holding synthetics. It's a week, a day, hours, right? It's not great. They shouldn't be doing it, but it's not horrible because they're not holding it for decades, right? because they would be called or found out if they go that long, right? Anyways, that's the key takeaway that everyone leaves out, or a lot of them leave out in their due diligence. It's right, but it's not exactly that right. So, if Citadel gets a margin call and they're caught with their pants down, they are fucked. But then we don't know the extent of how they're fucked, right? Because I'm sure Citadel is gambling all over the place, which is fine. It's valid. But their what the hell is he called? Compliance officer, right? If he's not corrupt or bad, he'd be cracking down on people making risky trades, right? If the compliance officer is bribed, drunk, forgets what he's doing, corrupt, whatever, then things get a little wonky and you end up getting into, the Wall Street movie, or you're doing Wolf of Wall Street kind of things, right? Their compliance officer didn't exist at Wolf of Wall Street land at Jordan Belfort's place, because if so, he would have gone to jail a long time ago, right? Citadel would have a rock solid compliance officer. They got billions of dollars. Institutions are not going to trust them if they're risky, because they might get nailed and sued and crash or margin called. But that doesn't mean Citadel can't get margin called by whoever loans them shit, right? So Citadel may get screwed two ways. One, they might have stuff that doesn't exist. So they get called and they go, oh yeah, sure, I'll pay you with the fuck? These aren't real. And then all of a sudden they can't pay their debtors because the stuff they had was stolen, or it's not real. It's no longer there. So they're fucked. That would screw them. Two, well, what they would do is just sell their legal stuff to cover that, but it would still cause them some trouble, right? It would screw them metaphysically. The other one is they're actually in the midst of committing crimes. So they're gambling, they got the 3-day period, and then all of a sudden something happens out of the blue. Joe Biden goes on a shooting spree and starts nuclear war with China. All of a sudden they're in the middle of something and everything goes south. So now all their gambling that was risky just failed. And then now all of a sudden their debtors go, hey, look, you owe us money. And they're like, fuck, the shares. And it all goes south, right? So that would be the other margin call. And that would be the one that probably hurts them the most, because they're not doing anything bad, but they're in the middle of it and something goes wrong. And then they're screwed. They have to close positions early. They have to take losses, right? And everything starts falling down like a house of cards kind of deal. So I don't think Citadel's that dumb. They wouldn't be a market maker if they're that dumb. But you never know, right? You never know what Citadel's doing in the backyards. They're surely doing risky stuff, and they think they can get away with it. Just like people thought they could get away with the toxic subprime mortgages. Like, how the fuck do you sell something for subprime? It's discounted. If everyone's selling something for $1 and you offer it for 80 cents, you're giving them money. But that's fine. But they're actually not even worth 80 cents because they're toxic, right? So it's like you're giving out poison pills. So maybe Citadel's caught with that or doing that. We don't know, right? I'm sure something like that exists. Well, if you take all the debt from, I don't know, Manitoba or Minnesota and hold it for 5 years, we'll give you $10 million. But secretly they know Minnesota's going to go under. So, they're fucking each other over, and I don't know. I don't know what Citadel companies do every day. They're controlling the markets. They must be doing crazy things. So anyways, I don't mind if Citadel hires the DCC guy. That's common. Just like state attorneys, they get hired out by the White House, right? The people that write the rules end up working for the very companies, because if I'm a big company, who better to be on my team than the guy that wrote the rules, right? And then to my institutional investors, I got the guy that wrote the rules. I'm really compliant. That guy wouldn't let me do bad things, right? So stuff like that, right? So Yeah. Well, Apple controlling the dev apps is compliance, right? And Amazon controlling the marketplace is basically monopoly. It's cutting out your opponents, right? But the Apple story is more compliance. To get with the EU, you want to say you're compliant, so you're going to have to force your apps to be compliant. But of course, Apple will fuck it up and use it for evil means. But the general idea is that, and same with Microsoft. Microsoft does the same thing. The whole, you have to have all your files signed by Microsoft so they can get money from you. If you don't, oh no, it might be a virus and it warns the user. No, it's just an exe that you didn't pay money for. So it's like, yeah, Microsoft's just being a dick and calling everything a virus if you don't pay them money. But they're right. If you don't pay the money to prove that you're secure, you are a risk because the money is for Microsoft to prove you're secure, except you'll find out that it is nowhere near the cost that they're charging. But that's beside the point. But the idea is there, right? So it's the same thing with what Apple's doing now. They're charging you and they're going to make sure that you comply so that they can comply with laws, but they're going to do it in such a way that they make money. And they're going to twist it to lock out, ban, stifle, choke, all those lovely adjectives, right? So, that you're at 0. Well, the whale could have dumped, and then retail filled its price. So watch it go back up and watch the 50% mark. Yeah. Yes, the first part's right. The last part is not. So the first part is the whole hedge fund illuminati stuff is garbage. Is a stance I've had for forever. The second part about a squeeze is if Citadel gets caught and that causes a margin call, you're actually going to see a market crash versus a market squeeze. So it's going to be money missing, which means the market is now deflated, so it goes down. And then they're going to have to sell stuff to give people cash. So that's money out of the market. So you're going to have a squeeze in the downwards direction. So if you find out that Citadel has been doing bad stuff, it's going to cause a recession. It's going to kick off the Great Depression, Mark II. It won't trigger short squeeze. Now, that's not to say they may sell all their short positions, and that might cause AMC to go up. I don't know, if they're pulling the trigger on everything, and they do they hold positions in AMC? If they do hold positions in AMC, then yeah, right? Plus, if we go into a full-on recession, there's going to be all the short sellers are going to keep their position, right? Because everyone's going to sell like mad because they're losing money left, right, and the stock's going down. The short sellers are going to buy more. So the idea that a margin call is going to cause a squeeze is not correct in my books. And hoping that Citadel blows up is actually just good for the short sellers. So that'd be my take on that. Yeah, it's possible AMC would go up. You don't know if they're going to buy or sell to get out of the market. I can't tell you these people, right? Nobody can tell you the mentality of all the players at AMC land. But I can say with Citadel, because you can at least know Citadel a little bit, yeah, they're not going to go belly up. And if they did, it would cause a market crash. It would not make the market go up if Citadel just magically lost, trillions of dollars? Like GDPs of entire fucking countries just magically disappeared? No. The America would go to the ground, burn, catch fire, everyone would be unemployed, and then a nuclear holocaust would sweep the land, and we'd all suddenly speak Russian and fight off zombies in a post-nuclear Chernobyl, New York City. It'll be awesome. A little bit of I Am Legend mixed with a lot of Stalker. uh, so, yeah. 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 Well, I mean, I'm just giving my opinion. It comes from my perspective. I don't have all the answers because obviously I don't know everything, but nor does anyone else, right? Some people know more. There's a lot of smart people on Wall Street Bets. They've done some really cool DD. I love to read them. But this general sense that, stock only goes up, Citadel's the great Satan. They might be a great Satan. Most people say that. But Citadel also helped the market become digital, because Citadel made their money by basically frequency trading, high-speed trading, by making the market move. Then they became the market itself, if you will, executing 25 plus trades, because they're providing an excellent service, a fast, high-speed execution service. And the market itself, the stock exchanges don't give a shit. They just do their thing. Once it leaves, they don't care, right? So Citadel is not that bad, and they really help the market go. But now they're the Goliath, right? Now they're in the way of progress, and it's not great at that point. So now they're demonized, and a little bit is true, but yeah, they're basically just a giant ogre in our way right now. And yeah, if you really want to hate somebody, that fucking Robin Hood guy, fuck that guy. I'm here to democratize. You know what? I'm gonna yield my fucking time, buddy. That guy's a dick. It's one thing to be a company, and it's another thing to just lie to people and be like, "We're doing it for you," as we take your money. It's like, you're not doing it for them. You want their fucking money. Fuck off. Yeah, Jesus. And read from a script with 12 people in the room. Jesus. Yeah. But that's not a short squeeze ordeal. A short squeeze has to be forcing them out by price. Just because they can't buy anymore doesn't make it a short squeeze. It just means they can't buy anymore. That's all the utilization rate means. Well, that's mysticism and not quite true. If I just will it, it will come into existence. There's slight truth to it. People will try to make it happen, but there's no way for you to make a short squeeze happen unless you're a billionaire. So it doesn't quite work that way. Yeah, I bet Robinhood is not going to do an IPO for a while. If they do an IPO, they're going to get bombed. People are just going to short sell them. Just straight up short sell them. Don't care about my losses. Fuck these guys. Oh, it's going to be glorious. But anyways, yeah, it's nice to think about, sticking it to the man. But this is your money on the line. So if you want to be stupid, go for it. You want to go hype, fine. But don't inspire other people, because they're going to lose money and you're going to take them down with you, right? So, but if that's your prerogative, right? You can sink as many people as you want. I won't help you, and I won't let you. I won't let you sink anybody that I know. But if you go do it somewhere else, whatever, right? So, we're just here to make money, right? We're all in this together. Oh, there goes my phone. Yeah. Yeah. No, actually, let's go look at that. Fewer. Oh, my keyboard. A key just broke. Oh, I snapped my D key on my keyboard. Damn it. Why does all my keys break on my keyboard? This G710 keyboard is the worst I've ever had. All the keys start snapping. How the hell does a key snap? So you're typing and all of a sudden a key breaks. Like, the fuck? And they're just wearing out from the wiggling. Where my last keyboard, the last G series one, was rock solid. I could throw that thing across the room. They really fucking cheapened out on this guy. So what am I looking for? Robinhood IPO. Oh, I'm curious. If they moved it back. So this is March 29th. Or April. No, that's Robinhood's IPO. So they're talking about... Oh, the confetti from its stock trading app helps gamify investing. That's quite illegal, at least in Canada. Oh, no. It looks like Robinhood sneaked in... What the hell? Michael Burton wants you to break up with Robinhood? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I need to see this. Let's see this. Come on.
Think I gotta find somebody new. So tell me all about it. Tell me who you sell my trades to.
Nice. I did not know this existed. I missed this. Oh, okay. He's public.com. So he's...
Tell me how am I supposed to trade without you?
Nice.
My stock's been in your hand for oh so long.
Oh, I love it. Is that his original? That'd be awesome. All right, so Robinhood filed. Okay. So that viral video was actually by Congress, like during that time. I missed it. Okay, so Robinhood confirms draft registration statement. And when is this? March 23rd. Yeah, so this is the key here. It's not an offer to sell or solicitation to buy. Yeah, because that would be a violation of the 1933 Securities Act. Yeah, can't do that. So they're just telling you they haven't figured out when it's going to go. Neat. So it's in the works, but it doesn't mean it has to. I think it's just them getting approval. Yeah. But anyways, cool. I can answer more questions. It's fine. Yeah, no, I know the video's old. I just never knew of it. I missed it. Let's see here. So, no. So when a GME first shot up, that was definitely a squeeze, right? AMC was the most heavily shorted stock, second to GME, I think. But we had our squeeze too, right? So if you would have asked me back in December or November, then I would be like, holy crap, this could easily squeeze any day, right? But you'd still need the money, which they found with the Redditors, right? To push up the stock. But the fact we already went through that means we can't really easily do it again. Oh, yeah. Okay, so what is a price going from $12 up to almost $250 called? If that's not a squeeze. It may not be the squeeze, but it is definitely a squeeze. Yeah. Oh, there's no way you can drive up a price like that. Like, that's all people just buying? Like, I don't know. Well, maybe you could. I don't know how much millions Wall Street Bets put in. I mean, it's possible, but that looks like a squeeze, right? Oh, yeah. But AMC followed suit, right? AMC did basically a squeeze. But I don't think AMC has bled all of its short sellers, right? because we gained a whole bunch more, when we came back down, right? If GME failed to fall, the short sellers would have to buy back in, but they could have just stayed in, right? It's still possible for them. Sort of, right? Like, it's possible. Anything's possible. So with all these companies you just mentioned, right? There's a lot of FOMO, fear of missing out. People are buying to get in, right? But you notice when the volume, people are piling in, it's nothing like those initial days, because those initial days caught everybody that was shorting with their pants down, right? So they had to bail out and take on higher positions. Okay. Then you have people piling in to buy in. Okay. So you don't know how much is people running and how much are people buying. That's impossible to tell unless you can look at the Fintel and start doing the math. But it doesn't matter, because even if you prove that it was or wasn't a short squeeze, it don't matter. All that matters is what happened to the stock, and the shorts could have gotten right back in, which you could prove as well with the Fintel. You could look at the month later and say, oh, look, they all got back in after we got them all out, right? So, but again, that doesn't really matter too much. The utilization matters a little bit, where we are in position with all the short sellers, what our short ratio is matters a little. But I think it's a little too much to say you're gonna trigger a short squeeze. But you can trigger short squeeze anywhere with enough speed. If we have enough price movement, we'll choke out the shorts, right? But that's going to require a heavy price motion. So, yeah. Oh, thank you. I didn't know I was at 300. Yay, 300 Subway subs. That's good. $1 million a share. Well, I'm going to enjoy my Lambos relevant while you're still holding AMC shares. But you'll get the last laugh when you're 80 years old. And I've already enjoyed my Lambos for the last 40. Yeah, have fun. I'm here. Spread the love, just like herpes. Give it to everyone. And I'll try to disappoint as many people as I can. That's the correct answer, Werejar. I'm not selling until it's $1 million a share. Well, you're going to be dead. I'm just going to put that out there. Oh, man, $1 million a share. I mean, that might be possible in our lifetime. Like $100 of a share is mind-blowing back in the 1920s, right? Because money was like $1 was a lot, right? Now it's like $10 is not worth nothing. So maybe, maybe we'll see shares get into the 100,000s in our lifetime, or the 10,000s, right? Like Bitcoin setting a new precedence with a $60,000, chunk, right? So I don't know, but $1 million, oof, that would be the day. Yeah. So. Yeah, see y'all on Monday. So what you're saying is there's a chance. Classic meme. It's like you're gonna get killed and mutilated, but what you're saying is there's a chance, right? That's besides the point. Yep. Yep. I'm gonna play some Space Engineers, I think, and have a good evening. Yeah. See ya. See y'all Monday. Where's the exit button? I think I closed the window. I did. Oh, shit. Oh, it's going to be a little bit longer. I got to log back in to close it down. All right. Am I actually at 300 subs? I'm curious. Let's take a look. 302 subs. Oh, yeah. We're 30%, 32% the way to monetization. Nope. 30.2% of the way to monetization. Hell yeah. Not bad. All right. Where is the shutdown button? YouTube Studio. Active video. This stream ended 6 hours ago? Oh, that's the old one. Man, this is difficult. How do I log out? Come on. Damn. I'm stuck here. It's getting dark and cold. Oh, here it is. I'm stuck here. Okay, and now I go to analytics. Got it. I just have to find my video in YouTube. Got it. And all right, now I'm ready to pull the plug. Just like DMX, I'm pulling the plug. Oh, too soon. I got it.